don't have much time to read the rules. All right. Members who are outside, move in and take their seats. Introducing myself was not part of the agenda, but you can type my name somewhere in the search engine, you will find out more about me. Welcome to the organizing committee.
it will be hopefully addressing some of the things that you may be doing. Introduced myself already, but I'm going to tell you what we do at URSB, for example. We are a government body. Self-accounting status until July 2010. Our head is the Registrar General, and the Registrar General sends her regards, as well as our commitment to continually supporting the innovative endeavors of Ugandan people. Our work is built on certain key values, including accountability, excellence, teamwork, integrity, transparency, and professionalism. And that is why you find us wherever we are needed, and where we need to make ourselves available to try and reach them. We offer a number of services, including intellectual property, which I will talk a lot more about today. But we also do company registration, business registrations, where companies are essentially legal entities that are born. And you can see from the things that we are doing here at the Symposium, you find that some of your products, we may need companies to take them further, to develop them further. We also register business names, which are more or less small businesses that people are doing that are not yet grown to the level of being a company. Also, at some point in the lifespan of your business, you may find that you need to lose business because maybe the situation isn't good or you're incurring losses. So the official way to do that is through what we call liquidation, insolvency, or winding up of your company so that you do not accrue any debts or any obligations like taxes that are unpaid, yet you stop doing business. And we also offer a service for the security interest in movable property register, which allows people to officially have their movable property registered for use as collateral in financial institutions. So in a nutshell, those are our services. But in view of the time constraint, I'm now going to jump straight into the reason why we are here to discuss a bit more today, intellectual property. Most times, the discussion of intellectual property starts with the idea that is in someone's mind. Intellectual property is defined as the creations of the human mind. Anything the human mind can create is protected through intellectual property. So this spreads across different kinds of information that you will see. And I'll use these examples that you see on your screen, basically as the gist of our discussion today. When we say that you want to brand something, you want to keep something identified, we use trademarks. Trademarks are essentially signs, words, slogans that identify different things. And the easiest example, for anyone who has been in Uganda or Africa for a while, are the things we start to associate with specific products. For example, when I was growing up, every petrol station out there was called Shell. People would instinctively refer to the petrol station as a Shell because that's the brand that we associated with fuel. But now we have seen more people coming with different trademarks. We know that Total is there for fuel. We know that there is Starbucks, that there is Rubies, that there is Mogas. All these different forms of companies that have their identifiers. So those unique identifiers are called trademarks. And you find any innovative endeavor, as you go about picking what you're doing, when you want to take it to the market, you want to give that product or that service a name. When you make your improved beans or instant beans, you want to give them a name that allows your customers identify it first, it's on the shelf. So that name will be protected using a trademark. Additionally, we find that even as we take our products out to the market, we usually want to put it in a way that it can be recognized. And for people who also were there in the 90s, one thing that you'd realize is that most people would refer to tarmac as Colas. But Colas was essentially a company that used to build roads in Uganda from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s. And everywhere people would go, they would see the Colas word next to where the tarmac is being done. And that's how we ended up adapting Colas as the local word for tarmac. But it was somebody's brand name. Then you'll find that maybe your creation is solving a technical problem. For example, that insulin vial you see there. It is there as it's a treatment for a disease.
So protecting such kinds of innovations, we use the patent right. The patent right helps you to prevent people from copying your technical solution without coming to you for permission. So once you have a patent, anyone that wants to use your invention would have to seek a license from you or try to buy you out. So patents protect things like methods, products, processes, chemical formulas, genetic sequences, that's gene sequences of specific isolated genes that have a specific impact on that problem. And then we have the literary and artistic works that are protected under copyright, and that includes the books we use for academic studies, the journal publications that we make, software programs, music, and all sorts of different things that relate to how we protect that specific creativity and artistic nature in the literary, musical, artistic, or expressionary form. So when you look at the general concept of how the ideas come to people, we see that an idea cannot be owned by one person. But how they choose to express that idea is what they gain ownership over. So when you as a researcher, as a student, as an innovator, come up with your expression of an idea, because the idea, for example, might be, how do we make beans easier to cook for a bachelor who is out there? And your solution in this case might be, I am going to make something like instant beans. So I process the beans and I will freeze dry them, and then I will crush them and then pack them into your tin, and then I will send it out there to the supermarket. And you may not be the first to do, but how you brand yours might be the thing that now identifies that. Now that in itself is intellectual property, how you branded it. Or you may have come up with a new way of preserving your beans. That would now be something that you can get for a patent for, that new method in relation to that. But even besides that, as you are doing your research, you may have identified a publication that you can make on this. Now that publication should be protected by copyright. So the essence of this is to say that one research project, one innovation, can be protected by several intellectual property rights. And these intellectual property rights, once you register them, they are territorial, which means that if you want protection, you have to seek it in a specific place. So you do not automatically get protection in the whole world, but you have to indicate where you want to get protection in the world. And depending on which ones you choose, the fees are different for those different forms of protection. So, basing on what we have seen so much about the research that has been done in most places, we try to look at innovations in clusters. So for the example that I chose to use today is when you look at innovations in the life science related fields, most often when people are discussing what they want to protect and how they want to protect it, everyone out there will start with, I want a patent for this. And while it is good to have a patent, we need to look at the innovation holistically to see what do you need to gain a competitive advantage in developing your new product or your solution. What has commercial value to other companies? What are you going to be able to sell out there? And so in relation to life sciences, I picked out the example of what we do in our medicines, for example. So if you came up with, for example, during the treatment, the COVID era, when we had people developing all sorts of concoctions to treat, if you wanted to get a patent for your herbal remedy, for example, you would have needed to either give us a unique process of making your herbal remedy, which is not just crushing, drying, boiling, but something unique that has not been done before to get an extract. So that would be one. Or you would identify the active ingredient in your herbal mixture. And then when you identify that active ingredient, you get a patent for the chemical formula for that active ingredient. But you don't end there. You need to go to the market. So going to the market, you need to have a brand, something like GlaxoSmithKline. That would now be brand name protection for whatever chemical formula or drug that they've identified. They'll protect it using some brand name. GSK, for example, or Covidex that we all heard of and that was popular and still is popular even after COVID. After that, this person would have said, no, I'm going to put my publication in the American Journal of Medicine, and they would have copyright for that publication. But even in that village, and they'll tell you, no, I can cure that disease, but she'll tell you, I only collect my herbs at 2 a.m. And so everyone would assume that maybe that is witchcraft. But then someone asked, isn't it possible that at 2 a.m. the moonlight strikes this flower in a very specific way, and the flower releases a specific chemical at 2 a.m.? So what we used to think was witchcraft might have been science that affects how the flower releases its chemicals. And those chemicals would now be what makes that thing actually work the way it does. So they would keep these things as secrets to themselves to maintain value, their herbs and everything they were doing. And that is what we would call a trade secret. Information that gives you a competitive advantage that only has value as long as your competitors don't know about it. So, in a nutshell, that is how and what we would be a small thing like a herbal extract. We'll be able to pick these different rights, try and get that protected. And this spreads across to all forms of innovation, even outside of the life science related fields, outside of the herbals. It could be in mechanical engineering. We can identify different rights that can be protected in relation to your innovation once you look through it and breeze through it. Now, remember earlier I mentioned that there are different forms of protection, different routes for protection. When you file a single application and only want protection in Uganda, you go through the national office, that is URSP, and you file your one single application, it only has effect within Uganda. But sometimes we have innovations that go beyond Uganda in terms of impact. If, for example, you came up with a cure for malaria, you potentially have market in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. So we would advise that maybe you need to go for protection in all the sub-Saharan countries if you can afford them. And so there's a system that would allow you to do that by filing one regional application to the African Regional Intellectual Property Office. And again, in this system, URSB acts on your behalf. So you come to us and we guide you through the process, and the filing is made without you needing to go to where that office is based. But then again, there are those which have impact even beyond Africa, could go to the whole world. And so in those ones, we would say, no, if you can afford, let us file an application that has effect in up to 156 countries across the world, which are party to this system. And so depending on your ability as an applicant and the market that you see, we would guide you towards protecting in one of these different routes, because then you're able to get the protection you need to commercialize, to go further, take your innovation to the next level. And we always say that, you see, intellectual property is not an end in itself, but it's a means to an end. It enables you to commercialize, it enables you to get these things. We are not just comfortable with somebody having this certificate and they have arrived. We want you to take it to the market, to get money from what you're doing and to benefit from it. This slide, I tried to show an example. And this example has sometimes been read a certain type of way. And so, for example, this is the willow tree. The willow tree, for those who may not know, has been used for centuries for treating all sorts of things from headaches to even pregnancy pains, all sorts of things. So for a long time, they've been publishing how it has impacts and ability to cure fever and other ailments. From as far back as 1763, there were publications on this. But it wasn't until 1897 that the active ingredient, salicin, was identified by a German professor. So salicin as an active ingredient, active compound coming out of the bark of the willow tree, was identified. And at that point, they used that salicin to develop what we call aspirin now. Aspirin was patented, and they got a trademark for the word aspirin, and they took it to the market, and Bayer made a lot of money out of it. Before that, they had just been patenting other components of the tree, but they had now picked up the active ingredient, isolated it, synthesized it, and now you no longer needed the tree itself to develop aspirin, because now you had the chemical formula for that salicin to be able to synthesize aspirin without needing it. A few examples of things that cannot be protected, and this is according to the law. Discoveries cannot be protected, scientific theories cannot be protected, and also mathematical methods. There are also methods of doing business, acts, playing games. So for example, if you discovered any of those two plants that are down there, all that you would have done is made discovery, but you've not created them, so you cannot get patent rights over them. You can name it after yourself, so you'll get, for example, I don't know why they named blackjack, or why its botanical name is Lantana flowera. But once you discover something, all you get is the right to name it, but you don't get rights to prevent people from using it, because these things are naturally occurring in the environment. And those are among the things which are excluded from patent protection. As I tend towards winding up the presentation, there are two key issues that usually come up in an academic setting when it comes to intellectual property protection. One of them is the issue of confidentiality versus academic freedom. Now, intellectual property requires you to, for some time, keep your information confidential. You don't publish it so fast. Yet we know that the academic default is publish or perish. If you don't have publications at a certain rate, you cannot grow. You end up stagnating. So where do we find the balance between confidentiality and academic freedom? So what we usually say is that, okay, keep it confidential, file for the patent as soon as possible, and then you're free to publish. Because if you publish before filing for IP protection, becomes proof that on the day you filed for IP protection, your thing wasn't new. So it is something that usually causes pulling of arms. People say, but the issue is academia is meant to create knowledge and disseminate it. But what we usually say is, we are not saying don't disseminate. We are saying before you throw it out there, pick out what can be protected, protect it, and then feel free to disseminate this knowledge as much as possible. Otherwise, publish and perish has caused so much of our information to be taken by third parties who now know that it's, the issue is, can we change that discussion from publish or perish to patent, publish, and prosper? So we don't want you to just be on, it's one or the other. We have them all, but in the right order to achieve the maximum aspects in terms of benefit for our researchers. The next issue, which comes out so much in our local academic settings, is the issue of commercialization versus IP ownership. So institutions would have a lot of arm pulling and rope pulling when they're like, who owns the IP? I own the IP, I own the IP. But then the institution would have like 15, 30, 40 IPs, but they're not taking them to the market. Yet you find that maybe the PI and his team are ready to take this thing to the market. So what usually happens is that we need to create like a balance between the two parties. Is there a possibility for maybe institutions to have a commercialization engine, something that they can use to go out there and commercialize the many innovations that they have, or to give a license, an open license to their innovators? Yes, we own the IP, but you as the lead PI, maybe you can go ahead and commercialize and do this. So it becomes something that is discussed, that is open, that is sometimes covered in our policies for the institution. And it's a good thing that Busitema University has an IP policy that enables them to anticipate all these issues and to think about it and to go ahead and preempt themselves on how to deal with such matters. And in my conclusion, I just want to highlight just a number of things. Most people ask, they say this intellectual property thing is so complex. It's only professors and doctors who can have it. I am made aware that we have some students that are also exhibiting. That's why this specific one is interesting. The thing with intellectual property is anyone can own it and anyone can create it. It is just about how you are solving a specific problem. And if that solution that you are offering is new, then you have intellectual property. Now you need to identify, take stock of what you have created. How many journals have you published in? Those are all copyrightable materials. How many prototypes do you have? There could be a patent in there. Those products that you've taken to the market, those brand names, those are trademarks that you have. And you could have your unique design, those are also industrial designs. But you also have to keep in mind that this IP thing, you need to pick where you want to protect, because IP rights are territorial. The next thing that we usually say is, how do you protect? Protection is not automatic. You don't just have rights because you've made it. you need to make deliberate efforts to get protected. So you file for intellectual property rights. You enforce your rights to see who's copying you and say, no, if you're copying me, stop it because I have this right. If they insist, then you involve the authorities. You involve URSB because we have an enforcement unit that is meant to support you on enforcing your IP rights. And where possible, you maintain confidentiality. You have your secret formula. How do you prevent people from stealing it from you? The people in your labs, let them sign confidentiality agreements. Let them have some clauses in their contracts that prevent them from going further. If they do go further, then you can enforce this agreement to get some profit back from that. And then the final thing is that IP protection is not free, unfortunately, but the protection has specific fees to enable the office to do its work. Some IP rights also attract a fee for publication because we want this to be a form of dissemination of knowledge. You'll find that we also publish these out there so that the world knows what's being done in Uganda in terms of innovation, so that it is common knowledge that yes, Ugandans are innovating in this direction. And it's on the basis of that that Uganda has performed well in the Global Innovation Index rankings. I believe Uganda was ranked third among lower income countries for their innovation indicators, which is a good sign, and we hope that we can grow this to the next level. This intellectual property will help the university increase its ranking, but also help the country grow its ranking in the innovation index, which will attract more funding to our research, more funding to our innovation, and create more jobs. I thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I hand the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you very much.
I
Yes, Mr. Agit? Can you hear us? Hello? Can you hear us now? All right, so I want to invite some members to raise a few questions to the presenter. Shall have about 4 or 5 questions so that in under 5 minutes we can be through. Thank you. I think you'll just read them down, then you respond at once.
Thank you very much for the clear presentation. Mine is not a question, but a request. Is there a link we could check where we read about more about the intellectual property rights? Because in your presentation, the time to me was not enough, and then you did not actually internalize all that you presented. But if you could share with us more of the materials about the intellectual property rights, that would be good.
All right. Thank you. Can we have the next comment or question? Oh, you are very, very clear. I know science was said they are only interested in big formulae and micro rules. All right, I think you can respond to that comment which was raised since your presentation was understood so much and was on point. You can respond to that and then we'll see how we can move. I'll also ask one later on. She did hear you very well. Maybe you can ask again.
I was saying that the presentation was clear, but the time was not enough. Is it possible for you to share with us something where you could read more about these intellectual property rights? Or maybe you could share with us some materials so that we read about it and then internalize more. Thank you.
All right. I think she was clear now.
Come with this material whenever we come back to Busitema University. But we shall also share this presentation to other heads to access more information to the property.
All right. Thank you.
I hope that adequately addresses that. Yeah, we are very committed to doing this, and maybe what I can add to that is that through the reference of research and through the branch officer, we tend to support even specific innovation teams that need very direct support on different aspects of intellectual property, including IP identification, helping you find out what IP you have and how you can protect it. So, in addition to providing the materials, we also make ourselves available to come and help you to hold your hand through the process of identifying the IP, filing for your IP protection, and going on to the next level towards trying to get your IP commercialized. So, thank you very much for that comment and question. And yes, I reiterate that we are committed to supporting you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
asked him to talk something about marriage. Some of us married some years back, and recently we heard that you're supposed to register your marriage, and it's not very clear. What we have to do to ensure that our marriages are legal. But we thought that during the ceremonies, things were legalized. But we hear these days we're supposed to register marriage. Thank you.
Yes, Abraham, could you respond to that?
Yes, thank you for that question. I had the part that is in relation to marriages. I think there's a bit of feedback, I don't know. But anyway, let me try and address it. So, the mandate for the registration of marriages effective 1st October switched to the National Identification Administration Authority. Now, what that means is you have a choice, also the benefit in having everything related to citizen registration to be handled by one authority. One that gives you your birth certificate, death certificate. Those are the ones that should be able to give you your marriage certificate. So, since it has now moved to the authority, they are taking over how they handle that. And one of the new changes that have been put in place is that for you to have your marriage, you need to also have a nationality. Government wants to know exactly who's married, so that you don't have people confusing people know that if they are already married or not married. You want everything to be clear. That is one. Number two, all marriages that have been done before are still valid. But there's a difference between valid and legal. If you at one point got married in an unlicensed place of worship, for example, if the church that married you was in an actual church, according to what Gambia considers a licensed church, then your marriage is not legally recognized. But that doesn't mean that marriage is not legally, that's not legally recognized. It means the state does not know that you are fine. At least you went to a church that is actually officially bring the return, the record, shows that you are married. So your name may not appear in the system as married. But that can be rectified by you finding that record directly now to nearer, showing that I got married this and this church, this and this day, here's the cover letter from the church, here's the certificate issued by the church, and here's the church's licensing number, and any other document that will be asked for to prove that you are officially married by that church, or that mosque, or the above. People also need to know that the law also recognizes customary marriages, your Kwandila, So what happens is that the registration of that marriage starts from the Gongolola chief of your area. So once you conduct yourself in a specific place, so the chief bring it to the office that has the marriage in your house nearer, and then they will issue you an official certificate of customary marriage to show that you are indeed fully married in all that you require of the law. Other than that, if you've been married in an unlicensed wedding, then most likely your marriage is not legally recognized. But I shall not use the word now because your marriage is not legally recognized. Yes. I hope that addresses that question. But just for additional clarity, the mandate for marriages is handled by the National Identification Administration Authority, not URSP, and that is why there was no slide in my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Agit. Thank you so much, Mr. Agit. And I think it's a sensitive area. Many people have had, and I think it may work on it. Maybe I wanted someone to talk about disk. We have a disk here at Busitema, and I think it's the most critical reference point in relation to your speed. So, who is in charge of this disk, Mr. Director? Who is in charge of the disk here?
Which one?
Disk.
I can't hear you.
Technology Innovation Support Center.
Technology Business and Innovation Center, TIBIC.
TISC from URSP.
Oh, that's under TIBIC still.
Okay. So I think someone in charge you may interact with the person during the break. I don't know if the person is around.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Makol, let me call you Dr. Makol so that you can complete your PhD evaluation. Dr. Makol is here to me. He's in charge of the TISC and TIPI, so you can interact with him and he'll guide you more. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Git, and we thank you for saving spare time to be with us this morning. With us, we will speak with the people, and then they can move. All right, thank you very much. I wish you a good day. We shall continue with the session with the rest of the presenters. We can clap for him. All right, thank you. At this moment, I am informed that our next presenter, who was meant to be Professor Atibun, has not been in position to make it. And, but the information which is contained in their presentation was delivered by Professor Orema in one of the earlier sessions. So we shall skip that presentation. And I'd like to know if Sylvia is in the house. If you're in the house, you can raise your hand so that you can prepare to chairman. Probably not around. So let me invite the next presenter, Dr. Ronald Chibuka. When I first saw the results, I was shocked. I couldn't believe that I had failed. Experiences and factors associated with text, local failure, and professional courses in Sub-Saharan Africa. Ronald Chibuka, if in the house, please, you have 10 minutes to present and shut up with you for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I'm called Ronald Chibuka and I'm a protege at NAFRIC. I'm here to share with that associated with
text in health profession courses in Sub-Saharan Africa. To be specific, there were 2 courses that were posted. That's medicine and nursing. So one fact is retakes are very negative for health professional education. Improving how assessments are done and on noting out the key challenges that could have led to this. And this can lead to better academic outcomes and even better welfare of these same students. So in this study, this was a mixed method study where we started with interviews and then progressed to, so we started with questionnaires, then progressed for interviews, and we involved 5 universities from Sub-Saharan Africa chosen to have a good representation, but also because the grant that carried out offered to these universities. And the university one was Busitema University, which is in Uganda. We had Muzunzu University from Malawi. We had the University of Ibadan from Nigeria, Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana, and University of Zambia from Zambia. So our dependent variable was retail currency, and then we had the independent variables that as indicated. So the ethical considerations, one, we had a memorandum of understanding signed between the VCs of the different institutions, witnessed by either the dean or the academic registrar. We had ethical clearance from the BOOFSREC and then administrative clearance from the participating institution. So our results, we approached 851 students, and these were all final year medical nursing students from the participating institutions. And from these, we recruited 764, and majority of whom were females, accounting for 61.9%. Christianity was the highest region that was seen, which is 90.4%. Our age ranges were 18 to 49 with an average of 25.3, and more than half of the participants were aged between 18 and 24, and nurses were covering the majority of the lot with
64.5%. All were bachelor's holders. So these were the different, from the different universities. Budget to our University of, it was Muzunzu with 25%, and Busitema had the list with 11.1%. But to note, this is the number from Busitema, so everyone from Busitema actually participated in this study. So these are our proportions of retakes for the students. One thing to note is, like I said initially, they are inevitable. There were retakes from each institution, even when chosen at random. And this is where I pose a question. When a student gets a retake, is it the student who has failed, the lecturer, or both? That's to all of us, yeah? Because along the way we realize that when failure strikes, much of the blame is much onto the student, leaving out a lot of other key players, which is very important. If we are to have a scenario whereby we shall have a university with no retake at all, yeah? Because all these players play a role. And from even, I try to look back from even primary, when a kid fails at P7, a kid has failed, would not look at the school, the parent, and that's why it's now that we're waking up to say, but hey, look here, you're saying kids are passing, but why are they in Kampala, you get? Because now we are putting into other factors, the parenting and the rest here. So that's one question that we should all live with here, and also to give feedback to the students. I'll go straight to Busitema, since we are in Busitema, and then the overall. The only beauty is somehow the proportion of students with retakes in Busitema were equal to the overall when combined. Like the proportions, not the numbers, which were both 12.6%. That's in Busitema, and then our overall is the one at the lower corner, 12.6, and those were around 86 students. They had ever experienced retakes. So from this, we went further. Maybe from this, I wanted to note out one of the reasons as why because you realize each institution has different proportions. This is because different institutions have different evaluation techniques, and these contribute. For example, Muzunzu had the highest proportion of retakes, which was 22.1%. And when you look at Muzunzu, they have a license exam like after. So before the university lets you go, they have to make sure you're thoroughly good to go, because the other exam is looked at by the nation such that you either do not shame them or something like that, yeah? So the differences in the evaluations cause these discrepancies. And then we had the list in Kwame Nkrumah. Someone could look at it as having less strenuous evaluations or more support systems. So either way, I think we might need some more deeper. So after that, we looked at the modes of evaluations that were mostly looked at contributing to retakes. So I'll still focus on Busitema and the overall. So at Busitema, most students got retakes from long cases. And when you read about long cases, this is one of the traditional ways of evaluation. So in long cases, I pick up a patient, I clerk, I make my notes, one examiner, one student. So it's been noted to have very many occurrences of biases. So this is why you realize that even these things come up. And then we had the lowest in OSCE. OSCE is the new improvised way of evaluation, whereby a student gets to different stations, and it's like every student goes through the same evaluation. So it's for clinical skills, but it's been found to be more subjective than the long case. Then 40% got retakes from a combination of the different methods. Then overall, most students actually had retakes in OSCE. Why? Very many institutions have taken on OSCE as the main evaluation model for clinical skills. So realize that some of these are what are not really taken up. So in the univariate evaluation, these were the factors that were contributing to retakes. So we looked at the demographic factors vis-a-vis our dependent variable. And I'll note out the main ones that were of concern, and that was gender, and the other one was age group. This is at univariate. So still Busitema and the overall. So males had an odds ratio of 6.7, which is quite high and worrying. Yeah? And when you look at back when I was discussing some of them, they were like, it seems we neglected the boy child some time back, and these are just some of the aftermaths of that, yeah? that we believe the boy child believes is self-sufficient, he believes he cannot consult when he has not understood, and then the other question is, most likely maybe the environment is not so good for him to consult. You find that a female child can easily come to consult the child that have not understood this, repeat for me, and a boy child, because from home you've taught him that you're a man. How do you tell people that you've not understood? And these are contributing to this. So this point out one important factor. It seems as we progress to empower the girl child, we've forgotten the boy child, yeah? We need to come back to the boy child and tell him, man, you're so vulnerable. It's a hard world, yeah? When you've not gotten something, go and ask. And also the other side, can you create an environment for him? The thing that was not, as I was reading, was obviously the boy child gets involved in a lot of things. When you look around, who gambles, it's us. Who goes to the bars, it's us. So we have a lot of things that take us up, and the guidance, like I said initially, the guidance is focused more onto the girl child. When the girl child does a mistake, the world is ready to come up, order, and then when the boy child does a mistake, usually they let us just spread. So people here, please, let's wake up before we fully lose the boy child. It's very, very important. Then the other factor that came out was age. For my results, the older you were, the higher chances of having a retake. So the odds ratios keep increasing, yeah? The older children were more likely. And this obviously comes out that usually the old students have more responsibilities, marriage, work, and the rest. And we subject them to the same teaching environments with someone from senior 6, you get? Someone has had, let's say, 3-4 years from school, and, okay, I'll just be like lecture, wherever I stop, I'll share the slides. So this was the multivariate. Still, there were the main two things that came up. It was gender and age. I wanted to move through the qualitative. So in the qualitative results, we got 3 participants from each institution, and we tried to look at all. These are quite long, so I request that I move wherever my time gets done. That's where I'll stop. So we started at the emotional and psychological impact, what a student really thinks into their mind when they've just got to know that, hey, look here, I have a retake. So this is usually was associated with shock, fear, anxiety, and notably suicidal thoughts. Like one student noted, when I saw my marks, I couldn't believe I had failed. I was shocked and overwhelmed. Then another one just sighed and was like, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard. I knew that this is going to be on my transcript forever, no matter what I do. Meaning a student is scared that even if they are willing to come back and do that retake, the system has made it that you'll have to explain to your employer, to your children, that retake. You've put it as a, I don't know if people can look into that, but this is a worry too. Most students who get these retakes, that they're willing to repeat, but you've always leave a mark. Then one student had to change environment, so I went to the village because I just didn't feel well. Then the other one said that. Then we had the fear of failure. So this was not a doubt. Students were scared of failing again, you know. I'm not sure that I'll pass the next time. Then however, substitute noted resilience and acceptance. So I admit that I've failed and I don't dwell much on it, and I quickly move on to prepare for the next attempt. So it's not a good experience. Anyways, anyone would want to pass at once, and giving a retake is something that would give pressure. So I'll try to move through fast. So on the challenges, noted were systemic challenges, unfair treatment, and inadequate preparation. So OSCE is unpredictable. Then one bias that was noted out, if you're not in good terms with the lecturer, they might give you a lower mark than you deserve. Then one noted out, maybe it's not studying enough. Obviously, he said, not following the schedule during the evaluation, academic evaluation. So the other noted, because you fail to prepare honestly, it takes your confidence. Once, as a student, you weren't prepared in the exam, actually you lose the confidence. Then one challenge that was noted out, and this is the most important one to us because we are lecturers, the lack of feedback. So students noted out that someone fails and all they get is you failed, and you never give feedback on where they failed. So one noted, to retake an assessment, I'm not really sure where I went wrong because we do not get detailed feedback. Feedback has not given to us, something like that. So then we went on to repeating the whole course unit was found to be a challenge. Then we went on, someone noted out the statistical factor towards retakes and noted The mere fact that the system allows for the excess of retakes increases the chances of what? Getting retakes. So the coping mechanisms. So the coping mechanism, one was acceptance of failure and focus to improve what's that? Then we had noted was most people relied on peer and parental support, and noted out was there's no university support in these things. It's like you're left to ride alone. The impact on self-perception, so student self-perception, usually most of them, it went down, like noted in these codes. But because of the time, so I feel like I go nowhere in my studies and I'm unteachable, I can't even succeed. Then there is students noted out, they noted out that they got a chance to grow academically with these retakes. Then the challenges on retake preparation, we have time constraints and the rest, then we have financial challenges because someone has to repay. And then support systems, yeah, the 30 seconds can't be enough, I'll go to the conclusion. So the suggestion for improvement, I'll read just the codes up. Our students suggested detailed, timely feedback and transparency in assessments, and then structured academic, counseling, and emotional support from the institutions, and then repeating only what someone has failed such that they can actually focus onto that. Then the external factors, leave that. Then in conclusion, the study highlights the multifaceted nature of retakes in health professionals education in sub-Saharan Africa, gender, age, and institutional factors, particular assessment methods significantly contributed to academic setbacks. So the recommendations for improvements included providing detailed feedback, transparency in assessments, and enhancing both academic and psychological support systems for students, particularly those at higher risk, notably the older students and then the males. And then we suggest further research to investigate the long-term academic impacts of these students, especially towards their career. So I end by thanking the team that we worked with, and then also AfriHealth that funded this project. I remain, Chibuka Ronald. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope they don't look at someone's transcripts and say you can't stand to be Director General. Anyway, can we have some more questions? Shall I have about 4 or 5 questions? Someone move around the mic. You write them down, then respond at once.
Thank you for that interesting research. I just wanted to know how you determined the population to study for the quantitative. And also, because you dealt with different universities, how did you determine what proportion to choose from this university and not the other one for representativeness? Maybe a comment is that I realize the assessment standards for different countries differ. And maybe you could find that in a certain country, there are more people who get retakes. The proportion is higher because the standards may be a bit tough. So wouldn't that affect generalization? Just that. I would think maybe it would affect the generalization of the findings that you get, that it would apply maybe over a wider geographical educational landscape. Thank you.
Next question. Let the question be on point, brief.
Thank you, Dr. Kibuka, for your presentation. Mine is not a question, it's just a comment, especially on what the students said. The lack of feedback is very, very important. But I note that I think we need to innovate on how to do this in our curriculum. You find that you assess students maybe end of course on a Friday, and on Monday they are starting another course unit. There is no time even to invite these people so that you give them feedback. Even as you are marking, they are already in another course unit, and you realize that I think this number many students have failed, it means they didn't understand. But you have no way of inviting them back to give them this feedback and maybe even go over what you think was not done well. So as teachers, I think, I don't know what we are going to do, but we need to find time in the curricula, which are really packed. There is no time. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Professor Chalo. I want one more question, then Dr. Chibuka responds, and then I invite the next presenter.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but possibly a suggestion. Just like Madam has hinted, most times we tend to teach towards the end of the semester, not giving enough time for the students to actually understand what has been taught. And then secondly, I got a chance where in one of the country, you find that before a semester begins, students who got retake are given the papers to do. They actually don't wait for the time again, go through the course again, and then do the paper again. So maybe for the concerned people, this can be a point of discussion, so that before the next semester begins, a student who has gotten a retake would redo the paper and possibly proceed and finish together with the rest of the students. This can be discussed at a higher level, I know, and if it can be adapted, that would be also another good thing. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much for the comments and the suggestions. The curriculum implementers are here, and I think it'll be given further thought. So, Dr. Chibuka, can you respond to the first question?
Yes, thank you for the first question. This was a sequential study that we started by just getting the quantitative and then requested, it was a question whether you've ever experienced a retake or not, and then if you're willing to participate, we get back to you, like you provide a phone number, and we used WhatsApp. Actually, we used WhatsApp calls to call the students, yeah? And then on the number of students to include, we really did have, I think that what I did to get back and focus on it. But we thought that by looking at 3 students, because the lowest institution had 3 students, so it became our target point because we needed to have an equal number from each. So we had to have 3 from each for representation, yeah? And then the initial calculation for the sample size we did for each institution, because we had from our co-PIs, co-authors, we have a number for each institution for the number of finalists they have. So we calculated the sample size, and the good thing is we received, like you see for Busitema, every student was willing. Actually, I posted this on my WhatsApp, and I made a student, when you came for one part of the symposium, and she told me, I want to participate in your study. Like, this is how much students wanted to be heard, because sometimes we do not hear them, which is bad, yeah? So the thing is, we catch the sample size and go to more, but the other part for the qualitative, yes, I'll come for probably further guidance before I write the final manuscript, because we are obviously onto that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall give you a hand clap. Yes. At this moment, I would like to invite Joshua Epitai to present to us a study exploring the first status and barriers to effective implementation of COBA's program in training of undergraduate medical students at Busitema University. Maybe you will tell us what COBA stands for, because I don't know what it means. And we may have many others. You're most welcome, Joshua, if you're in the house. You have 10 minutes to present, and when you hear me banging on this thing, you know you have about 2 minutes left.
Yes, good morning. All protocol observed. My name is Joshua Epuitai. I'm happy to present this work on behalf of the PI, Professor Ross Naibirie, and Dr. Benon Wanume, who was the copier of this project. The project is titled Exploring the Facilitators and Barriers to Effective Implementation of the COBAS Program at Busitema University. The first question is, what is COBAS? COBAS is a community-based education and research program. It's a learning activity that uses the community as a learning environment. We know most times that the doctors spend time in medical school and they're trained in fancy hospitals, but under COBAS program, the doctors and the nurses are sent out to the community where they do most of the learning. And the framers of this program had benefits that they saw that this program would bring to the students. And number one is that the students are trained in tertiary hospitals where they deal with complicated conditions, but they do not get exposure to lower facilities, especially in providing primary health care services. And taking students to the community helps them to understand the communities and also provision of primary health care services. But also we know that in our country we have issues of maldistribution of healthcare workers, where most times we find that the nurses and the doctors prefer to work in urban settings, and yet most times the people stay in the rural areas. So taking students to communities, to rural communities, helps to solve these issues of maldistribution of healthcare workers. And also, it helps to promote willingness of these people, nurses and doctors, to work in rural facilities. In our context in Uganda, we know that 80% of our population stays in rural areas, and yet the biggest percentage of healthcare workers stay in urban settings. This means that people in rural settings do not get access to skilled health care because the nurses and the doctors who would be working on them are not willing to stay in the rural areas. And in the Faculty of Health Science, the university is located in a rural setting. That is the model that Busitema has taken. And it has also adopted the COBAS program, where students spend time in rural facilities to do most of their learning. But we've observed that over time, there have been gaps in the implementation of this program. And so we conducted this study. Number one, we wanted to understand the experiences and perceptions of students and faculty and preceptors towards implementation of the COBAS program. But also number two, wanted to understand the facilitators and the barriers to effective implementation of this program. We hope that this information would help strengthen the implementation of COBAS program in the university. And the design that we used was qualitative, and we recruited students in 4th and 5th year who were nurses and doctors, but also we had site preceptors who work with the students in the community, and we had faculty supervisors who also supervised the students while in the community. So we had 4 focus group discussions with the students, but also we conducted 10 in-depth interviews with preceptors and also faculty and supervisors. The study obtained ethical approval from the Busitema University Faculty of Health Science Research and Ethics Committee. And for our results focused on 3 things. Number one, we looked at the barriers. And number two, we looked at the enablers. And then the third one, we looked at what students and faculty think about COBAS. So on the barriers to implementation of COBAS, the biggest one that came out from our work was funding challenges. And funding, it was noted to be limited, but also it was noted to be to come late, and which would interfere with the implementation of the COBAS activity. The limited funding also meant that some activities did not receive enough funding, especially in research. This COBAS program involves students spending time in the community but also coming up with research projects. But there was not enough money for this activity to be funded, which really affected the quality of work that students produced. The other area was in terms of supervision and preceptorship. Some preceptors were not getting the money on time, but also the money was not really enough. That means that the motivation of the preceptors was really low in terms of supervising the students in the community. But funding really cut so many things like transport, things like meeting the basic needs of students. It really affected so many things, logistical support, and which really came out very strong. One of the students said that the biggest challenge is poor facilitation to students. And that facilitation really covered so many things that really affected the implementation of the program. The other issue was the sites where the students were taken. As I said, the students spent like 6 weeks, 4 to 5 weeks in the community, and they noted some issues like accommodation. Some facilities do not even have basic things like water and electricity, and which really affect the experiences of the students in their community. There were issues of security, theft of their property, computers, and some facilities were noted to be very distant from Bali, but also some facilities had gaps, like the patient load was not really high, and that really affected their learning. So one of the students said that there are some sites whereby there's no learning, the patients are very few. So I think that really highlights the issues of the sites in the implementation of this program. Area which was very strong was in regards to supervision and preceptorship. They were noted to be either absent or they did not have capacity to help students. That meant that students were left on their own in terms of supervision and preceptorship. The other issues were administrative, but also the others were students' reluctance to be in the community in rural facility. And the involvement of the community and students was also very low, which really affected how the program was tailored to meet their needs. But the program had a strong enablers. Number one, some of the supervisors were available for the students. Some of the preceptors were alumni of the university, so they had really a good motivation in the implementation of the program. The funds were limited, but still students received. And the community was really very supportive. When they see these students, they see them as healthcare workers who have come to help them. And so they were really very supportive and welcoming to the student. The curriculum has COBAS as it's integrated in the curriculum, so there is a motivation and zeal to implement this program. But also in terms of what people think about COBAS, what is the impact that COBAS has had on the students? The strong one was research outputs. The university, the Faculty of Health Science is the top leading in terms of publications, and COBAS has played a role in that. But also the university has a mandate on community engagement, and COBAS helps to link the university to the community, which is very strong. But also the students, when they go to the community, they're involved in service provision, especially primary health care, which really impacts so much on the community. But also students are able to learn together. We usually take them as groups of 3, the nursing students, medical students, and anesthesia. And that interdisciplinary approach was really highlighted to be a good thing for them. Students had also interpersonal, cultural skills. They were also, some of them when they came out of the program, they said that now I didn't think I would be able to work in a rural facility, but my exposure to the community has now kind of softened my stance, and I would be willing to go back there if I'm deployed in such a setting. But also COBAS was noted to prepare students for clinical practice, because it was the first time that they would be exposed to the healthcare facilities, and so it kind of prepared them for for practice. So as I conclude, the program has gaps, especially in funding, but also prioritization, probably from the university setting, but also has gaps in supervision and preceptorship, which really affects the quality of the nurses and the doctors that we are training. But also the program has inherent facilitators. For example, the alumni who are also our preceptors, which really promote the implementation of this program. But overall, the program has a positive impact to the community. They're involved in service provision, the community welcomes them. So, and at the end of this program, the healthcare workers are willing to go back and work in those rural settings. So we think that solving issues of accommodation, for example, by liaising with communities and maybe making sure that students, instead of staying in a health facility, we identify certain homes where people will be willing to house these students, probably could solve issues of accommodation, but also harnessing the community buy-in in support, especially local government and different partners in those communities, could really solve issues of funding and other things. But overall, as we've seen the impact of COBAs as highlighted by the students and preceptors, we think that we need to harness that potential in this program, and also in a way to help us strengthen the community engagement mandate that the university has. But also overall, this program can help promote retention of healthcare workers in rural settings. As I conclude, I want to thank the Directorate of Graduate Training and Research, led by the director, but also the grants manager, who was very keen in implementation of this program. But also this program was funded by the Busitema University Research and Innovation Fund, with support from the government of Uganda. I thank you all for listening, and I submit.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. I've been hearing COBAs, but thank you for bringing it to us. I saw one point which was some facilities are very far from where. You have to answer that, but at this moment, let us invite some questions, about 3-4 people, then he will respond.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation and the great work COBAS is doing. Mine is, I don't think it's a question, but maybe just a small comment. I heard in your presentation that one of the challenges was patient. At some point you had low patient load. Yeah, I thought ethically that's a good thing. If there are no patients, that's the best. But if you present it as a challenge, I think it doesn't sound ethically right. I don't know. It's just my thinking and my comment. Yeah.
Yes, there's a question held at the back.
Thank you so much for that, Joshua. COBAS, as is done in Busitema University, Faculty of Health Sciences, is not kind of new. Many other universities do community-based education of health workers. Sampling students from Busitema University. I don't know whether similar work has been done from other health training facilities in Uganda. So it would be interesting to see what their challenges, perceptions, and understandings of this is. Second point, the reason we do this kind of community-based education of health work, kind of avoid the challenges of costs of training, getting to the community is not being favorable to these people to go and work. COBAS, as it's happening, faces the same challenges. In short, the challenges that health workers face when they are qualified are the same challenges that COBAS is facing. You highlighted them, that there is no funding. It's the real reason health workers don't go up in villages or far off places. That, for example, administrative support is low, that the facilities are not well. Basically, facilitation was a big issue, that the community maybe needs to give more. COBAS in the setting ends up being more expensive than not doing COBAS. Yet, the target of COBAS is to kind of get people to go to communities, which ends up being more expensive training. So I don't know what the team is thinking about that, and maybe other plans going forward. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Another question?
Thank you for a good presentation. Mine is on barriers. As Busitema University is an international university, how have you done with language barriers in the community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you'll respond to those, but I also add my question that you talked about an issue of, is it that the funds are not there or they are not prioritized for the activity? Anyway, yes, that's my question.
Yes, thank you so much for all the people who have endeavored to ask questions. Let me start with the first one, the ethical concern that you raised, that when the patients are few, is that a good thing or it's a bad thing? The answer is it's a good thing if the patients are few. But the concern here is that there are facilities which have high, and then there are facilities where the patients are few. If you take us to facilities where the patients are few, we don't learn much. So it's better you take us to facilities where patients are high. And the other one is patients are high. And the other one is the language barrier. If it's the language barrier, if it was an issue. So our students usually, most of them study in Kampala, and they've not been exposed to certain areas, and those issues of language can be a problem. It's not their primary language, so that they get to learn other people's primary language, so that they get to learn other people's cultures and probably learn a new language. But usually here in the program, we used to pay our students. Probably one or two people would speak the language of that area, so they would help the students also to know what is going on, people's cultures. And that is one of the reasons why when you take them to a different place, they say, I cannot stay here because people speak a different language. And as raised was regarding funding. Is the funding not there or it is there? The funding is there, but the numbers every year keep increasing, and yet the funding remains the same. But also there are issues regarding how the funds are acquired. Usually it takes a longer process, and it even overlaps the time when the COBAS program is supposed to run. And so you find that sometimes the chairperson of the COBAS committee has to pause certain activities to wait for the money to come. But I think that it's something that, especially that the stakeholders are here, that we need to address the issue of COBAS. Probably students can, I don't know, but we need to devise a mechanism that can solve the issues of funding. Probably students to address the issue of funding. The other question that Dr. Cheng raised, I think it was more like a comment, an observation. I think COBAS started in Makerere, and they have published so many findings regarding from those in Makerere University. Those some might overlap, but we're going to really, this work is going to be sent out for publication, and probably we shall tease out issues that are similar, but also issues that are willing to work in rural facilities, or it is that they are not deployed in those rural facilities, or the issues that are there in the communities are the ones that make them to not to stay in those facilities. And I think the first thing is that most times that healthcare workers usually prefer to stay in the urban settings. Even when they are deployed there, you find that over the weekend they are not there. So who is providing those services? But also the rural facilities have challenges, like Dr. Ocheng has highlighted them. But we think that we need to think in a
Yes. No. ISA is double I-S-A. In most cases, people ignore my first letter I and make it L, but it is capital I. Yeah. I'm from Busitema University, a lecturer, Department of Agribusiness and Extension. I'm also a student at Gulu University. I'm happy I have those colleagues here. I have a colleague from Gulu University who is with me in the same class, as well as my head of department. So I'm here to share what we did. I recognize this work we did together with the partner, Shukla. We are aiming at determining the preferences and market potential of the challenge with deciding on the name. Backyard chicken, sometimes called local chicken, sometimes called indigenous chicken, but because of cross boundaries, you will get those words being used interchangeably. In fact, some people call it just poultry. So the study was done in Kumi. Kumi is in eastern Uganda. It's just like 2 districts away from Tororo district as you head towards Lira. Okay, thank you. When you get to Kumi district, it is very rare for you to get a household in the villages that does not have a chicken. In fact, if you have a household of that time, that nature, well, in Kumi district, most of our villages, the households rear chicken. In fact, if you don't have a chicken in your village home, you take it as a problem. Because chicken is more of being liquid in the household. You can easily turn a chicken and get money to buy salt, get money to buy soap. Otherwise, you will be a person who will be disturbing neighbors, asking for salt, begging for fire to start your own. So, the district is widely covered with poultry. The only challenge is that sometimes the numbers are not adequate to meet the demand. The recent livestock census indicated to us that we have about 57 million chickens specifically, but 57 million chicken in the whole country, but this has been increasing from the previous census we had. Indigenous chicken constitute the biggest in terms of the numbers of chicken we have. We have a problem every year. We have increases in our population. About 1.5 million births are added to our populations. Even recently, the recent releases, though it is controversial, it is still showing that we have the young people who are majority, and this is the age group that eats. What do they eat? They don't even eat, they don't like greens, but chips and chicken is their favorite. The growing population to cater for these age groups, it is kept by a majority of people, as I said. It's easily available and it easily offers a cheap source of animal protein. We know certain proteins are always expensive, like milk. It can easily be changed into cash. But the challenge is it's kept in a poor manner, and the numbers are very small. The management is poor. They are left to scavenge for their own foods. And yet we know that the meat and eggs from this chicken is a precious thing, and it's normally preferred. It's sold at premium market prices, and we need to develop this enterprise. We have seen enterprises being brought without even a study being done. As I speak, we have oranges in Teso region, which still have a challenge with getting a market. We are trying to promote cashew nuts, but maybe needed more studies to have been done like this one. So the development of the poultry sector can also reduce the high infant mortality rates, as well as the mothers. This study therefore aims at exploring the potential of commercializing the production of this poultry, specifically in that district. We have had, as I mentioned earlier, probably to guide the policymakers as they make decisions in order to sustain household incomes in this district. A district research study was adopted. Primary data was collected from individual consumers. We looked at some sales. We talked to farmers. We talked to even some of the local government officers. Conveniently, we did the sampling. The data was collected, and we analyzed. Descriptive statistics was developed, specifically targeting percentages. So what were our findings? We focused on the frequency at which poultry products are consumed. First by individuals, and we saw that majority of the individuals, people, when I talk about occasionally, we look at occasions. In some of our households in the rural areas, people just, but majority of people eat these poultry products often. And why do they prefer, which qualities do they prefer as they choose poultry products? Especially the chicken, they look at the taste. Other things are by the weight, and I think the people first weigh a chicken before they decide. But I think the thing that came out pronounced was the taste. Chicken preferred by the consumers to buy. The people preferred the broilers, the layers, sometimes issues of medicines on the chickens. But the key thing that came out was the taste. Other things like health, softness, the medical references were also there, but not so pronounced. Number of times a person preferred eating chicken, preference. What would they prefer? They would prefer eating at least once a week, a majority. Of course, others would say maybe after every 2 weeks I should have eaten a chicken. But there are those who say I prefer eating it every day. At what prices were they ready to buy? 11,000, 15,000. And I'm very sure, otherwise, 100% of those people we talked to were ready to take those chickens at that rate. So if you are getting into business and you put it at that rate, and most of them, the ranking came out to be the consumer preference, as it by the preference of the consumer. The eggs, we noticed that people preferred local eggs to all the other types, especially the layers. But what is available in the market is only layers. And that's what restaurants buy. That's what most people buy. Not because they prefer, but just because the supply of the local eggs is limited. And the price was just similar to buying a chicken. They would buy a tray at around that figure, 11,000 to 15. Thank you. So kind of chicken eggs, mostly bought by the restaurants, still it's layers. Others, they prefer the other types. The potential, market potential, we looked at within Kumi itself. We saw that about 3,290,000 chickens could be consumed annually in the district, within the district. But getting into, because we extended beyond the Kumi, because people who consume that chicken is not only from Kumi, most of the buyers come from Mbale and Soroti. So about 15,516,000 chicken could be consumed per year. So in conclusion, this study has revealed that there is enormous potential for these chickens, and consumers prefer especially the backyard or the local chickens. Backyard poultry holds a significant economic and a nutritional value as per the tastes and preferences of our customers. Thus, we need to develop it with the findings of the study, with the motivation also that a chicken can easily be turned into cash to sort small problems that our farmers usually face. This thing could be what? Developed. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. We shall invite some more questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isa. I hope I pronounced it well. I like chicken, but when I saw poultry products, I expected to hear things like eggs. I expected to hear more than chicken, so that we would say some people are for doves, some people are for pigeons, some people are for... These are just thinkings of myself. And then, number two, how did you determine the sample size? Did you go for Craigie and Morgan? Did you go for Young? How I was looking at the figures for a whole district where you have a total of almost less than 100. I wanted to assume that if you also considered urban, probably you would have a bigger population that would be representative enough in as far as consumption is concerned. Chicken is more consumed by urban people, although it is reared most by the rural people. So my thinking is that whereas all you have said is correct, you would beef up this by adding more information about the consumption, about the potential of the market in urban other than the areas. In fact, the rural are the ones that rear, but they are not the ones that consume it most. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isa. My question is about, I would expect some recommendations in terms of commercialization. because local chicken, looking at the production, brooding and all that is quite a challenge. I know you're in the side of the agro business or something, but we could also cooperate, I don't know, cooperate with the production capacity to see how we can boost up the local chicken production. Standing for a Ugandan perspective, so that we can be able to address the issues of eggs, local eggs and all that. 150 issues of eggs, local eggs and all that. 150, if you look at it. So if we could do that, it would boost the economy for households in those rural communities. Thank you.
All right. Did you also go into the parts, chicken parts? The breast, the what? No, you respond to those ones.
Thank you for these enlightening questions. Maybe starting with the first one. Could I talk about, okay, the preference for others? This is just part of the work we did. But I highlighted the most important parts of it. Yes, turkeys are there. But if you look at the whole, because the aim is improving household incomes, and the target for this particular presentation was to see which specific area could we encourage for policymakers to put more effort. It's better always to start where the majority are with what they have, and that's how we can improve on their status. So we saw that the majority of the people keep chicken. They keep turkeys, but on a small scale, and not everyone who keeps. And it's so, could I say, very fragile business. If someone kept turkeys this year, the following year he will not be there. So yes, we got some information about those who eat the other types of poultry. Probably I didn't highlight it here, but there is a very small, negligible representation as per this study. So maybe that's why I just left it out. The sample size, we sampled a number of respondents. As I said, we talked about farmers. We sampled some farmers because they are the ones who keep, in order to get the idea about what do they have. We sampled on the side of getting the potential or the consumption. We talked to the restaurants, the hotels. So what we did was first to identify these hotels, and then we did random sampling. That's when we decided on who to go and talk to, after listing them down. Even the traders I specifically talked to were from Kumi. These ones, even if you pass through Kumi, you will get some of them along the road, a roundabout. Now we have an roundabout there. So those are the people we talked to. The individuals, those ones used for passive sampling, because we could not get the list or population of all the consumers of chicken. Recommendations for commercialization. Well, there is, I think I skipped this in this, but there is a model that we had developed that is targeting the producer, targeting the one who is going to multiply, before finally distributing to the final person who is going to keep them. Because it is really a challenge, raising this chicken is challenging because of the diseases that they always, especially in Newcastle. So that model was looking at streamlining. If it is supposed to be bought, the idea of commercialization was supposed to be bought, there should be a team that could be raising healthy chicken, because it is not difficult. The challenge that our farmers have is ensuring that they vaccinate and ensure the safety of their birds. So we needed some sort of entity that will be raising these chickens, keep them for some period, ensure that they are vaccinated throughout before distributing to the communities, just as they distribute orange seedlings and the rest. But leaving these people alone, in fact, the dry season is about to come. By December, January, this chicken will be dying. So we shall not be able to sustain commercialization if we are not going to have that kind of a partner in the model that will first raise healthy chickens before we distribute. Yes, I would say the chicken parts. Yeah, we are not so much developed in that, but that is the way to go. If the thing is commercialized and we have enough production, then we shall get to the chicken parts, the way it's served, kept in the supermarkets, the wings and the rest. But that is all part of the chicken. By the time you are eating a wing, you have eaten part of a chicken that was killed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Issa, for taking us through the chicken products. And I hope we have some chicken products on the table for breakfast. I'm told I've given out to coupons for, I think it is breakfast. I don't know where it is going to be served, but let me invite the chair. I thank you for allowing me to moderate this morning session. I'd like to hand the mic back to the chair organizing committee. Thank you very much. You may clap for me if you want.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Gaba, for that wonderful work. Who else could have done it better than you? Yeah, so thank you. So members, it's time to have our breakfast. So let's maintain time. Our idea is that we should be able to complete everything by 3, so that we have sufficient time to travel to our different destinations. I think we can be able to do everything by 3. So the next session is going to be flash talks, and to make it easy, I'll request all the flash talks which are listed under to be put on the computer. So these are 3-minute presentations, an idea to pitch, where you're going to pitch your idea. Imagine that here is Bill Gates and you only have 3 minutes to tell him what you want to do, and he has the money to give you. Can you be able to convince him in 3 minutes? That's basically the idea of our flash talks. And it's a good way, because if we were to put our posters outside, there are some posters which may even not attract our audience. But then this is a nice platform for you to share your idea in a flash talk, so people get to hear you out. And then you can have more discussions just after that. So let's have those presentations loaded on the computer during the break time. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Our break is at the usual point. And maybe just for those who may not know that they have to give a flash talk, I can possibly read them out. I hope I get there quickly. And remember, there is an award for the best flash talk. So the flash talks, Dr. Samuel Beko Bakiro talking about ethnobotanical study of plants used in management of diabetes mellitus. Basali's Edgar, ecosystem-based adaptation to drought by agropastoralists in Kayunga district. Opurong Isaac, design and fabrication of a motorized chicken defeathering machine. Nachiemba Alice, effects of flood disasters on women in Butaleja. Francis Sengendo, growth, survival, and I think this was promoted to, this was pushed ahead. So there are two presentations which were on request. These were pushed ahead. And then Flaviana Tukunda, investigating integrated tree planting among communities. Joseph Dumba, environmental and health impacts of mercury use in artisanal gold mining. And then Okiria Martin, talking about trend and variability analysis of annual maximum rainfall using observed and remotely sensed data. And then the last one, I think I did not get the name of the author. This is about beneficiation of lithium materials from pagamite ores in Nyabusenyi, Rukunziri, for energy storage applications. So let's have those presentations on the computer. Thank you. Is there any that I've missed out? Okay. I missed out one other one. Yes, that is a presentation from Batia. Okay, so all those that have read, kindly let's put them in the computer so that we can easily manage it. Thank you. We can have our breakfast.
The nutrients that are cycled here then can be generated downstream. Assuming these are the headwater streams, then this is the main river. The nutrients will originate from here. The organisms also, being a very rich habitat, the organisms grow here and then they can move downstream. Can be fish, can be macroinvertebrates. They are also center of biodiversity. This can be a very nice habitat by the diverse organisms. They are also very important as they provide ecosystem services, especially in the rural environment and in particular in the tropical world. For instance, the rural community normally obtain their water for domestic use from these headwater streams. They depend on inland fisheries from such areas, and they play a very big role. Those are just examples to mention. However, increasing land cover changes, especially in the tropics. We talk of the tropics because there are very many problems. Most of the population in the tropics are ecosystem dependent. So they do a lot, including agriculture, to survive. So they end up changing the land cover and make these headwater streams the most degraded and endangered riverine ecosystem in the whole world. The tidal linkage, when I talk of tidal linkage, with the terrestrial environment, the connection between them and the terrestrial environment puts them at a very high risk of degradation. For instance, because they are close to environment, to the terrestrial environment, they can be polluted with pesticides coming from agricultural fields. And there's also biodiversity loss compared to lowland rivers. For example, a shift from highly diverse to only tolerant macroinvertebrate community has occurred in some headwaters adjacent to agricultural and urban areas, as reported by Bohas et al. So despite the crucial challenges facing these they are small, but very important ones, they are inadequately studied and managed compared with the larger water bodies, as the case in Uganda. In Uganda, even our children, they only know Lake Victoria, they know Choga, they know maybe Albert, but no kid knows even about small streams around us here. So that's when we come in. The need for studies and protection of these headwater streams, specifically in Uganda, is critical because of these main reasons. The country at the moment is in the process of shifting from rainfall-dependent kind of agriculture to integrated kind of farming. using water courses. When I talk of water courses, can be streams, can be small rivers. And this one comes in because there's now rampant climate variability and changes. The rainfall we used to depend on is almost not there. Why don't you think of alternative? Secondly, large water fisheries presently at a risk in Uganda because of overexploitation and climate impacts. Now, aquaculture in wetlands and headwater streams it becomes an alternative. Then why don't we talk about headwater streams, ladies and gentlemen? This study, conducted from December 2022 to April 2023, using a rapid biological assessment method, assessed the quality of the Osia stream in Tororo. For people who know Tororo, this stream is somewhere opposite that cross. As we are following that road, there's a cross on the hill there. On your left, this stream lies there. As one of the potentially degraded headwater streams in Uganda, to provide information relevant for effecting mitigation measures to boost its vital ecosystem benefits, as I mentioned before. The study area and sites are shown. You can see we established site 1, 2, 3. This site 1 was the upstream. So this one is an headwater stream, a rather headwater stream, feeding River Aturukuku. River Aturukuku is that stream which runs at the periphery of Rubong Barracks, and actually it is a tributary to River Malawi. I would like you to pay attention here, because this is pictorial. This was our site 1, the upstream site. We created it assuming that it was somehow near pristine sort of conditions to compare some of these downstream sites. But to our surprise, we found that even the upstream was already suffering, or rather being disturbed by agricultural activities. You can see cocoyam, there was rice somewhere here. Then site 2, which we established at the midstream, also you can see there was agriculture activities, and upstream of this one we found discharge of the remains of effluent arising from local gene brewing using molasses. So it was affecting this site so much, and generally the banks along site 1 and site 2 were depleted of vegetation. So a lot of runoff was affecting this stream at 1 and 2. Then downstream, there was a site for pasture for the animals. You can see some cows over there. So because this place was rocky, the community decided now to reserve it for grazing their animals. What methods did we use? We involved the community from the project's inception, during the sampling, and even during the dissemination of the results. Why? These resources belong to the community. They are the immediate custodians of natural resources. So when you are a scientist and you are working in isolation, I think it doesn't come out well. So we did that. We considered selected water quality variables like temperature, dissolved oxygen, pH, and so on, now to test and check whether they are within the expected levels of non-disturbed environment or not. We also used the bioindicators known as the benthic macroinvertebrates, and we are using some index called Tanzania River Scoring System. This system works in such a way that all organisms, most of these organisms, macroinvertebrates, have been assigned with the values of pollution tolerance. So at the end of the day, you identify them, then you add up the values, and you see where they lie, as I will explain to you ahead. Then we also use some metrics by checking the number of intolerant species. These are sensitive species. Were they there or not? And why were they missing? Then we also check the percentage of dominant taxa, which normally come up when there's pollution. When there's pollution, you will find all the tolerant organisms surviving in such an environment. Now these are the water quality variables results. When you look at dissolved oxygen, ladies and gentlemen, within the average, it was actually across the site sample, it was less than 3.5 milligrams per liter. This means that there was a problem. In a riverine ecosystem which is not disturbed, you would find up to around 10 milligrams per liter, but you can see. And literature indicates that when oxygen is below 5 milligrams per liter in a system like a stream, then you know the organisms like macroinvertebrates and even fish. If we are talking of using such a stream for coming up with aquaculture, and the situation is like this, then that one leaves us with a lot of questions. The causes of this mainly is the result of nutrients coming from the catchment and supporting algal growth, which also brings high biomass of bacteria and higher consumption of oxygen accordingly. How about electrical conductivity? This is now something to do with the ions and minerals entering the system. You can see at site 1 and site 3, which I told you that was really depleted of riparian vegetation, how the conductivity was very high, extremely high, compared to site 1, where the banks were at least had vegetation. Vegetation along the banks of a river or any other water body is very important, because now it controls the field, or rather contributes to the filtration of the pollutants entering such a system.
You have 3 minutes to wind up.
Thank you. The turbidity, this is now the cloudiness of water, was also higher at site 1 and 2 compared to 3. So results of TARIS, that is Tanzania River scoring system, also indicated, according to this, we found that the river, you see, yellow means it is polluted, and red, according, this is TARIS score, and then average score per taxon, also indicated that this river was polluted to critically polluted. Then when we checked the relative abundance of some macroinvertebrate taxa, we found that at site 1, sorry, at site 1 and site 2, there was dominant by particular taxa. And for instance, site 1, it was the Canis species, and site 2, it was Meladoides tuberculata. These are quite tolerant organisms. And why were they there? It was because of the stressful environment which other sensitive organisms could not manage. Conclusions, ladies and gentlemen, these results show that except for some natural factors, the Osia headwaters water stream is faced with degradation associated with human activities such as agriculture. The likely stress in the stream is portrayed by very low dissolved oxygen, high conductivity and turbidity, and low scores of TARIS, indicating critically polluted to polluted environment. These also corroborate the low occurrences of intolerant macroinvertebrate taxa and the dominance by tolerant ones, especially in the midstream site. These pose a risk to the stream ecosystem functions and the potential vital services like water and aquaculture, which would come in such a place. This calls for an urgent need for mitigation, and together with the community, we agreed that nature-based solutions, such as reserving reserving riparian buffers in form of vegetation along the stream, the remains of their molasses, whatever, would also, stopping it would contribute to mitigation and also continued sensitization of the community. Ladies and gentlemen, monitoring remains key for ensuring the achievement of the proposed mitigation solutions. And because this was a sort of a baseline study, we recommend that a more detailed research to cover more parameters and season should be done with the time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Hamilton. In the interest of time, I'm going to give 2 maximum. Questions or comments? Two. Either we have just come back from breakfast and we are not concentrating to the presentation, or the content was too scientific that we could not understand. Yes, I'm seeing the gentleman and the other gentleman. Please be very brief.
Yes, thank you, presenter, for the good work on water pollution. Now, there is always there's a fact that whenever there's high organic loading in the wastewater system, electrical conductivity is low. How do you argue out your result, which tells us that there's high electrical conductivity, at the same time high organic loading in the water system? Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Harrington. Mine is just, it's not a question. It's just to say that I see the work was well done. However, on the part of recommendations, you could add more of the real action to be taken that is in line with the affordability of the local community in as far as conserving the riparian ecosystems is concerned. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You can respond to that one question. The other was a comment in 50 seconds.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your question, member of the House. In fact, that was very interesting because it was due to time. That's why some of these reasons were not mentioned. But this river actually is located in with some geological background, which could be having a lot of minerals and ions. And the Sukuru area is known for that. So those are some of the reasons why actually the conductivity is very high in this stream. Although other factors also come in, like the runoffs bringing its sediment from the catchment. So I agree with you, when there's a high organic loading, the conductivity can be low. But because of these others playing a role, that one could be the reason why. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can we give a hand clap for Dr. Huntington? The next presenter is Martin Okiria. Is Martin here? Martin? Okay, if Martin is not there, can we have Philip? Is Philip around? Okay, it looks like the long presentations are over. So we'll now move to the flash presentations. And I hope that we've all loaded the flash presentations here. Is that true? Okay. So the rule in the interest of time, I would request that all those doing flash presentations should have them loaded here. With the ICT team, so that we avoid wasting a lot of time. Okay. So for the flash presentations, we are going to be very strict on time. It will be strictly 3 minutes, and we hope that within the 3 minutes, you should be able to have told us what you will be presenting. And we're going to have Kemigabo C, who will be looking at local solutions for global challenges, a case of locally formulated feed detoxifier in Uganda.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chloe Kemigabo. Yeah, I'm taking you through a case of a locally formulated feed detoxifier in Uganda. It was done with a team below. The problem or the challenge was that most 60 to 80% of the food globally is contaminated with mycotoxins and pesticides, as you know. However, consume about 0.25% of our GDP due to loss of agricultural productivity, cancer cases, aflatoxin-related diseases, and also loss of exports. We have some detoxifiers on the market, but most of them are imported and therefore expensive and not accessible by mostly small-scale farmers and value chain players in the feed section. So the group decided to come up with a detoxifier using local available materials that mainly contained clay, the normal clay, the activated charcoal, and organic salts. And it was analyzed in the lab, and the composition is there. Others represents a trade secret. And the study or the evaluation was informed by the porous media and surface chemistry theories. The research methodology was that one of a pure experiment with treatments, so treatments being the different inclusion levels of the detoxifier, with the positive controls of commercial detoxifier, and then with a negative control where no detoxifier was included. And then the measurables were the aflatoxin content. In this case, we did not go to the pesticide issues. We only concentrated on the pesticides. Someone to move my slide, please. Yeah. So results, we conducted studies both in vivo and in vitro. So in vitro, that is outside the organism. It was done in maize bran. Then the formulated detoxifier showed a significant reduction of aflatoxin B1, which is the most potent or the most cancerous, and the one that affects the liver, the one that changes the embryo features. Then their most effective inclusion level was noted at an inclusion level of 2 kilograms per ton of feed. Then it was tried in broiler feeds. Then in broiler feeds, results showed that the best or the optimal inclusion levels were different now. There were inclusion levels of
your time is up.
a half.
Your time is up.
A half a kilogram to 1 kilogram per ton. Then the performance was followed up in the carcass weight. The best growth performance was seen at inclusion levels of 0.25. And
thank you,
when we looked at the liver...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Yes,
and, yes, we agreed to the rule of the game. It is 3 minutes. Actually, I added you another 20 seconds. So can we have just one comment or a question?
A question?
Comments, not a question. It's not there, so thank you. You can, a round of applause for her. The next is Batia Stephen. Batia Stephen, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I organized the presentation as a poster, but I'll just present it the way as it is. I reviewed the operations and attributes of sim welding as a topic that I wish to study, to research on as my master's, for my PhD thesis. The sim welding machine is used in welding of thin metal sheets, and it has mostly 3 factors that determine the weld quality. One is the electrode force, the current, then the speed of the rolling, and also the time duration during welding. The configurations, we have the mass sim welding, we have the flange type, we have the lap sim welding. But in performing those welds, the electrodes can either be circular or a circular wheel and an arm wheel, or a circular wheel and a mandrel. They are used in the welding of they are used in the welding of radiators, mostly radiators, home appliance equipment, then fuel tanks. In general, they are used for manufacture of components that are airtight and impermeable to airtight and designed to contain the liquid in a deficit. But you can also get the application of the sim welding in the manufacture of pipes
and also food containers. We have the seam, we have the pulse and the continuous types of seam welds. In the pulse seam, when you are welding, there is a cool time. So that means the pulses are interrupted. In continuous, you have a continuous power supply that makes a continuous weld. But during the process of welding, the heat that is generated changes the characteristic of the materials being welded. And most researchers have welded two dissimilar metals. So I'm trying to, that I intend to undertake, I want to analyze the...
Sorry, your time is up. Please.
Analyze the...
It is 3 minutes poster presentation.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next, can we have a round of applause for him? Thank you very much. Next, we will have phytochemical profile and antitoxidant activity of various solvent extracts of 2 varieties of ginger and garlic. Okay. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon. So I'm here on behalf of, yes, Dr. Bakiro. I'm also to Ben Big Shoes. And I'm going to present an epidemiological study for herbal remedies used in the management of diabetes mellitus, and that's in eastern Uganda. So diabetes mellitus is, at least as it is now, is one of the, what we call the silent pandemics for NCDs. And the picture above is a complication. They are about, it's on an increase globally, and there are about 200 cases, like 200 cases in Uganda, worldwide, and then 2 million in Uganda with noted increase.
We have stopped the clock, don't worry.
Yes, I get
Yeah, we shall start. Yeah. Meanwhile, Mr. Basiliza Edgar, prepare. Then Mr. Okrong Isaac.
There are conventional drugs that are available for the management. However, these are lifelong remedies, and they are costly with noted severe toxicities. With this regards, communities always come out with alternatives to the treatments, and one of the alternatives they put across is the use of herbal remedies. So in the second column, those are colleagues or my mentors collecting data from traditional medicinal practitioners in Kamuli, Kapchora, and all from Eastern Uganda. So the results we got, we got over 61 plant species, and mainly trees. These were 63.2%, and herbs 20%, belonging to the family Fabaceae 11.4%, and Astrolaceae 10%. So from these results, we realized that there are a lot of plant species used in the management of diabetes. And I don't move the next slide. So because of these many species, we came up to look out for the toxicity studies and then in these herbs and the rest. But from the rest, I'll just use the main slide. So we came out with a herbal remedy, and then also with recommendations because of the enormous species by then in the societies we live in. One of the recommendations we have is conservation efforts to conserve this, and this is Fair Botanical Garden at the end of the faculties. Then supportive policy interventions, empowerment of local communities, integration with modern healthcare, because there's a lot of disconnect between the traditional herbalists and us, the modern doctors or the Western doctors. Then collaboration between key stakeholders and scientific validation of the traditional remedies. Thank you, that's my presentation.
Yeah, thank you. We added you another 20 seconds because of the connectivity. Thank you. Let's have Basaliza Edgar, as we give him a round of applause. Edgar? Is Edgar here? No. Isaac Prong. Okay. Let's have Flavia Natkunda. I saw Flavia around. Poster presentation. Yes, you're welcome. You can start. So you need 6 minutes. Okay.
village that's across the Habureke parish, we realize that trees are degraded. There's a lot of deforestation. That is one of the reasons was that National Forest Authority acknowledges the utilization, the production of firewood twice a week. By looking at the population of the Mayanje village, basically the whole of Busia district, the population is very high for not all that population to be utilizing that forest. So there's high degradation along that place, along the boundaries, and you can tell that with young shrubs which are coming, very young shrubs all the time. Yet in the middle of the forest you find tall trees, but you cannot find them along that place. So that place, we have to devise means of sustainability of firewood, addressing the real cause of the deforestation along that place. So another point was that, sustainability of wood fuels, and then conserving biodiversity within the protected area. We need to conserve the biodiversity for our future generations. We shouldn't only serve our interests. Maybe before that, the methods of basically did a linear sampling, well, basically we jump one will go to another one to avoid issues of similar results. So you jump to another homestead. We basically looked at households, and then others were just interviews using cross-ended type of questionnaires. So these were our findings, and we asked them questions of which tree would you prefer to plant, and then if in case we give you trees, because we went ahead and gave them supply trees. And then most of them wanted eucalyptus. It took 36%. We looked at 68 homesteads or households, and then others, wanted fruits, and others, the giant lila, where you throw it, it grows, it picks up, good regenerating firewood for sustainable. We cooperate, we advise or encourage integration in cooperation of tree plants with their farmlands to possibly address the challenges of deforestation.
First presentation is over.
Thank you. So these were some of the household responses. Why would they want to plant trees? Most of them were basically they wanted trees for income, not for wood. But here we are trying to tell them that it's high time they start planting wood, and it's also what we tell or communicate to the rest of the country, or our homesteads, our villages, place to incorporate tree planting for firewood, to address the challenges of firewood. Firewood is very key, and it takes most of the energies that we have, that the communities use. It's the most available energy. And tree planting is one of the renewable energy, accessible and cheap for those households. So this one was addressing wood challenges or fuel challenges. So these are some of the things we told them how to plant trees, potting, right from potting, making nursery beds, and so on. And these were funds for brief, and we acknowledge the way to go for that, and acknowledge my fellow department colleagues. Okay. So allow me to go to the second one. So our second one is about the so what I mean, this is another article. So our second one is on energy saving scopes, improvements. Still the same people. Then we joined another colleague, is our technician, chief in the energy department, and then so if you go around, if you've been walking around the Busitema Forest Reserve, which is basically Busitema Forest, you see people collecting, and that is twice a week. And for sure, the population really outweighs the rate growth of the whole forest. And then, so here is still the soil survey still, and then objectives here were to determine the usage of energy-saving stoves. Why did we do that? Because we got to learn when we were doing it baseline that they were doing, some organizations, a number of them, one of them was World Vision, had broad saving stoves, the local ones where you use local materials. But we were wondering why the community was not taking them up, and all that was in the effort to conserve the biodiversity in West Africa. So we took up a study, and then we determined why they're not using it. We looked at what are the challenges facing them, and then and ways to see how ways to address that issue. So that's the but that's the steel stove, but we call it smoke steel stove cooking method. And then this was the last side is the energy saving stove which was introduced. So a number of organizations are trying to address, but we're not addressing it well. So what did we find out? The community is very well aware of the energy saving stoves, but there were very many challenges. But one of them was about the sustainability. They didn't know how to go when it is broken and all that. So we had to address that by telling them this constant maintenance, constant repairs of those stoves. And also we looked at the materials they used. The other time the materials were not as good. So we provide the materials, and the materials involve the wood ash, the sawdust, the wood dust, and then the powder, then the clay soil. But those who had money would encourage them to use the cement for the coating. So cement helps on the reduction of the water entry and storage and the breaking because it cracks into the stove. So so those are some of there are two types of the cooking stove. There's what we call two-pot rolliner and then single rocket.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Professor.
1 second, please.
Okay, thank you. So what does this challenge, what does the issue of improved cooking stoves, what do they help? One of the challenges they address is the reduction of smoke in communities. And this is where I stress my point that we need to be aware and even talk to communities to reduce the use of the smoke-free stone method. It has health implications. One of them is acute respiratory diseases, and contributes to almost more than 80%. Those in health, you can consult, but they also Google and find that out. And then this is the model we came up with. We incorporated the model with what we call in the Ministry of Works and Minerals, and we found that they had put the level of air entry and the level of firewood was almost the same level, so that couldn't work. So we had to advise the community, the level of position of air passage has to be slightly above.
Okay.
And then, but on the other hand, the article is put it outside, you can look out for the details. So those are the communities learning, and we are grateful.
Thank you very much. I almost thought it's a presentation, but these are very good ideas. We shall not give comments or questions, but we shall ask from the poster outside.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for. So is this model already operational?
Yes. Yeah, we have put up a model house for them to come and learn.
So I can purchase that one.
Very sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Can we have Mr. Kizito Majid make this presentation? So I think you can, Mr. Kizito, you can come make the presentation.
Yes, I'm working with a team at Soweto University. We're working on an efficient recurrent neural network-based model for rainfall prediction. It's more centered on LSTMs, a machine learning model, more of deep learning. And we were working with data that we procured from the Meteorological Association. Excuse me, can you go to the next slide? All right, so the objective of the study was to use past data from, the data we procured was from 2012 to 2018, and we were trying to predict rainfall in the later months of that data. It was monthly data of temperature and rainfall, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, and rainfall amounts. So in the data we have mostly, we have values of the maximum temperature for each month, minimum, and also the total rainfall that was received in each month. So using that data, we were meant to design an LSTM model. And given the data was limited and procuring that kind of data is difficult, we were able mainly to get, these were among the best things we were able to extract from the model. So you find that the blue lines are the predicted values and the red are the values that were in the data, the actual values. So you find that the model was able to capture the trend given the little amount of data it had. And those were the results we had. Mainly performed best, it performed 10% better than normal machine learning models. So it was a step in the right direction with a mean absolute error of 25 millimeters. So among the challenges we faced during the study was the data set. It was very limited, and procuring a more robust data set would be expensive. So for future works, we were focusing more on incorporating more factors like altitude. Temperature contributes 50% to the rainfall received in a month. So it wasn't actually all the data we could have used to predict to get these values. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Can you have a round of applause for him? He used 3 minutes and 1 second. Thank you. No comments, no questions. Can we have Dr. Alice Nachiemba, effects of flood disaster on women in Butaleja district, Eastern Uganda. Okay. I was also wondering because the name is Alice and I'm seeing a gentleman standing up. So is Dr. Alice Nachiyemba in? Okay. Maybe he has gone to pick the slides. Can we have I think we're done with the poster presentations. Is there anyone of poster who has not presented? Okay, let's have, there was one last presentation, normal presentation, which we had so can we have Mr. Philip? You have 15 minutes of presentation.
Philip Rezaula is back. The man who is against using antibiotics in aquaculture, to give you a talk about the other wing of my PhD study, which is looking at harnessing both probiotics and bacteriophages as novel biocontrol agents of infectious diseases in aquaculture. So for today, I'm going to be talking about probiotics instead of the phages that we talked about yesterday, and the problem is the same. Antibiotics. Everywhere on international markets, the products are evaluated, they should be free from antibiotics because of the effects they have on humans that we saw yesterday. Probiotics, it simply means beneficial microorganisms will start into your body to give you beneficial effects. I'm trying to explain it in a layman's language so that everyone is put to the same speed. Commercially, there are so many different probiotics on markets. Unfortunately, for Ugandan aquaculture, we don't have any probiotic that is commercially available. And all the time we are importing from other countries in case one is interested in using probiotics in their aquaculture farms. So, should we just sit and watch? No, I came forward to do a study on probiotics to see that probably by the end of the PhD study, we have some proposed agents that are ready for commercialization so that potential farmers in this house can always come to us and get the probiotics to use on their farms, which are locally isolated and which are also locally applied under the existing conditions. The strength that the local probiotics have over the imported ones is the adaptability into the existing conditions
and that can be translated into better efficacy in giving you beneficial effects from probiotics. So these probiotics can be administered, embedded in feed, so that you just feed your fish with a feed that is containing these beneficial microorganisms, and then they confer the beneficial effects to the fish. They can be put in water. You just apply them in water at a given concentration, and then fish take them on, and then they benefit from the probiotics' existence into the system. You can also do injection, but the injection method is a bit invasive and is not actually applicable at a commercial scale. So for this study, we also asked ourselves, why should we go for probiotics? They have so many functions, including improving feed availability by providing exogenous enzymes which help in the digestion of feed. They also help in improving growth. If the feed is digested better, fish will grow better. And these days, nutrition moves hand in hand with health. If you feed well, you will be healthy. Then they also help in improving or modulating the immune system. These are bacteria that go within the gastrointestinal tract, and then they take over the receptors which would have been used by other opportunistic bacteria, and in such a scenario, they exclude these bacteria by competitive exclusion. Then they also actually provide nutrients themselves, especially the essential fatty acids and essential amino acids, which in most cases are lacking within the feeds that we are producing within our locally available factories. Then they also improve water quality by degrading organic matter and inorganic matter within the system, and at the end of the day, fish will be living in a happy environment. They also end up promoting reproduction, and our study today is associated to the gut microbiome. Those are the natural microflora within the gut system which give fish beneficial effects. So we want to see how this gut microbiome is associated to the beneficial effects within fish. So what we did, we fed fish with probiotics for 60 days. These probiotics, we mixed them in feed. Because it is easy, you can feed your fish and observe them feeding the fish, and feeding on the feed, and you'll be sure that these fish have eaten the feeds that are containing probiotics. So we used a fish species called Nile tilapia, that is engege, but the young ones, which we call fingerlings. We acclimatized them for 2 weeks and then stocked them in tanks containing 50 liters of water, and we stocked them at a rate of 1 fish per liter. That means we had 50 fish in each tank, and we triplicated all the treatments. So we fed them on the probiotics at a rate of 4% of average body weight of the fish, and then we monitored them for growth and other parameters. The data is not presented, we are focusing on microbiome, and then at the termination of the feeding trial, we sampled the mid-gut tissues, the hind-gut tissues, to see which bacteria are present in the probiotic-treated treatments and the control, so that we can compare at the end of the day. So we used this kit to extract total genomic DNA, which we targeted to sequence full-length 16 RNA sequences. Then we went ahead and did some diversity analysis, and another analysis which we did is called a least discriminant analysis, to tell us which bacteria is more dominant as compared to the others within a given treatment. Technology is misbehaving. I hope my time is... The figure is not showing, but what I was trying to show here, these probiotics actually enhance the species richness. Oh, finally. Okay. These probiotics enhance the species richness, whereby in the probiotic-fed treatment, we saw significantly higher species counts as compared to the control. That means these probiotics provided an enhancement of the growth and proliferation of a lot of bacteria that are existing within the microbiome, and these are the bacteria that give us the beneficial effects. Then we tested to see if we have a difference in the diversity. So for the case of diversity is different from richness, because it also incorporates the abundance. So it incorporates the species presence and also how abundant it is within the gut. And we realized that the fed groups with the probiotics as compared to the control, there was no significant effect in the alpha diversity. But when we did the least discriminant analysis, we observed that in probiotic-treated groups, we have significant expression of probiotic or symbiotic bacteria as compared to the control. The figures are not showing too bad, but let's see. So when you see that is day 60 of probiotic feeding, that is the termination of the feeding trial, we saw that the probiotic group was dominated by symbiotic bacteria, which offer different roles within the system, including feed utilization, immune system modulation by producing short-chain fatty acids and secondary metabolites, which have antimicrobial properties against opportunistic bacteria. They also help in degrading organic matter into the system, and that will mean that we shall have very good water quality and our fish will have better health as compared to the ones in the control. And they also promote proliferation of the gut epithelia, enhancing absorption of nutrients within the gut as compared to the control. Again, we sampled, after the termination of the feeding trial with the probiotics, we fed the control and the previously treated fish on probiotics on the same feed. And then on the 10th day, we again monitored the changes. What we observed is that still we had some continued effect of these probiotics, in that even if you stop feeding the fish on the probiotic, the effect will be sustained. And as of our experiment, we did it at day 10 without giving these fish the probiotic. Still, it was the same case. We had symbionts dominating as opposed to the opportunists, which were more dominant within the control, meaning higher chances of disease proliferation within the control. In case this fish gets stressed, you don't give it enough food, maybe you mishandle it, these guys will always be there ready to affect these fish. So I had a graph here and some photos that are showing some of the clinical signs. We picked these fish from the control and the probiotic-fed groups and challenged them with a pathogen. Actually, this pathogen is clinical, which was obtained from a human who stays around a landing site, and then we infected fish with this pathogen to see if these probiotics could help support the fish survival as compared to those we didn't feed the probiotic. The graph is missing, but it's showing significant survival with the probiotic-treated groups having better survival of over 50% higher as compared to the control. Some of the clinical signs we saw included liver hemorrhages, loss of scales, loss of fins, and trust me, even if these fish survive, they will not be appearing on the market. So it emphasizes the purpose or the role or the significance of feeding these fish on probiotics. To prove Koch's postulates, whereby you prove if the pathogen you have injected or you have subjected the fish to can be discovered within internal organs, we extracted from the fish viscera an extract which we plated on selective media called violet bile agar to see if we could locate colonies of the pathogen we injected in the fish, which was also discovered. So, in conclusion, after the 60 days of feeding our fish on these probiotics and looking at the microbiome, the gut composition in terms of the microorganisms, we saw that the microbiome was modulated by our probiotic, and we had significant increase in species richness in the probiotics compared to the control, and this probiotic microbiome was dominated by symbionts, or the ones you can call beneficial bacteria, which have various contributions to the health of the fish as compared to the control, which was dominated by opportunistic pathogens, making those fish be like surviving under a time bomb. In that, any changes within the environment, any stress that comes within the environment, these opportunists will be always waiting to attack and cause mortalities to our fish. So at the end of the day, the farmer will lose fish from infections if he doesn't give these fish these probiotics to help modulate the gut microbiome. So we are looking at exploring more on this study by looking at longer term effects whereby instead of working within 60 days, we can see longer-term effects, and also do experiments outside the lab to see if we can feed these fish on the probiotics for a long time, and even assess other contributions in terms of beneficial effects. These are the references. Thank you for listening. That's all.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, I had to extend because fish is a delicacy. And when you talk about fish, I had to give you additional 3 minutes on top of the 15. So members, this is a normal presentation, so it is open to questions and comments. And can somebody help me with the microphone? Yes, the first one is the lady.
Thank you very much, presenter. The presentation was clear. I just have one question. Was there a justification for using tilapia as a fish species over other species? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Borrowing from your study of probiotics in fish, would you or would you not recommend the use of probiotics by humans?
Any other?
Yes, thank you. Mine is on the ethical side. You know, nowadays the world is crazy. Everything has rights. There are activists for everything, and I'm sure there are also fish activists. And in what you are killing quite a number. So I'm asking on the ethical part of that side. Yeah, hope you get it.
Okay, we can take those 3. Maybe others are still thinking.
Thank you very much for those fantastic questions. Why did we choose Nile tilapia? So for a country like Uganda, which is landlocked, Nile tilapia is one of our flagship fish species for aquaculture production, putting Uganda in the 3rd position, only below Egypt and Nigeria. So this is a species, apart from actually Uganda having it contributing on the global market of aquaculture, it is also among the significant species globally whose contribution to aquaculture production is highly significant. When you look at Uganda these days with all the campaigns from the government telling farmers we need you to stop farming fish as a hobby, but then do it as a business. Now, tilapia is one of the fish which is also highly appealing on market. It's highly lucrative, and it has a faster growth rate. So these are some of the considerations which we looked at, why we are selecting now tilapia for this study. However, in our plans, we are looking at also doing some trials with African catfish, because so far, those are the only 2 candidate fish species Uganda has on the aquaculture market. So my brother asked if I would recommend using probiotics in humans. We are already using probiotics in humans. For those who attended last night, the dinner, I saw a lot of people consuming yogurt. Do you remember seeing some? So yogurt contains a lot of lactobacillus, which are probiotics in nature. And by the women, I recommend you to consume a lot of yogurt because it will boost the microflora in that organ of yours to prevent infection. So I recommend. However, after doing thorough research and commercialization prerequisites with international, national, and all the regulations that exist to see that we use probiotics which are safe and don't have hazardous effects to the consumers. My brother asked about ethical considerations. So before we did all these experiments, we had the Makerere University College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences Ethical Committee reviewing the protocols, and then they approved it, and it was taken to National Council of Science and Technology for approval, and all those documents exist. And this also takes us back that this data cannot be published unless you have ethical approval. So we knew that, and we took care of that. Maybe I didn't mention it within the presentation. I hope I have answered all your questions. Feel free to contact me if you're interested, and then we can discuss further. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. No, we still have something. Yeah, because as you were answering the question, you brought in some very interesting information that most of us didn't know. And I am sure, you see, when you go for these scientific conferences, we learn. So please, he has advised that the ladies consume yogurt. But I also don't know if the similar recommendation for men, because the infections are not only for women.
Women are always prioritized, and the boy child, it seems, was created to suffer. You remember the presentation we had from one of our colleagues, giving us all the issues this boy child is going through. Everyone is empowering women and forgetting the boy child. So the boy child, you should know that you have yourself to save yourself. So in this scenario, since our ladies have an open system, the chances of them contracting these infections is higher as compared to the males. However, my brothers, you lose nothing by consuming yogurt as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. A round of applause for him. Yes. We have one last presentation. In the interest of time, we have agreed. Of course, sometimes democracy doesn't work, so we didn't consult you. We use the minority position that we shall go marathon, finish the presentation, finish the closing ceremony, have lunch, and we depart. I think it is far much better as opposed to us breaking off for lunch. Then we come back and have 2 or 3 presentations, close. In any case, the presentations after lunch, normally, you know. Yes. So we have one last presentation. I think this is bitumen. Let me just get the right name here. Yeah, the effect of plastic waste, PET and LDPE on bitumen properties, and the performance of plastic waste reinforced low volume roads. This is Vincent. Where is Vincent? Vincent. I think he prefers to start his presentation from out, because I'm seeing him coming in. We are looking at the effect of plastic waste, PET and LDPE on bitumen properties, and the performance of plastic waste reinforced low volume roads. Vincent, as you set up, we had a very wonderful presentation here before you're coming in. So we hope that the plastic waste will make us as active as possible. So you have your 15 minutes of presentation, and tell us about plastic roads.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The person standing in front of you is part of the members of this project. We are looking at how we can work on the problem of plastic, which is evident in every corner of Uganda. Where you people pass, you see plastics. So the principal investigator of this project was Madam Nabunya Victor, deputized by Mr. Engineer Vutia. Professor Nivikola was part, I was part, Sevagala Ivan was part, and Mahade was also part. When I talk about plastic, you all know how big a problem is. You realize that we call it a necessary evil. Why? Because it is something we know is bad, but we can't do away with it. Each and every one of you is now holding a plastic bottle. You are holding covers on your phones. So we can't do away with them. However, according to the available literature, 600 tons of plastics are generated daily in Uganda. Only 60% are collected by city authorities, that's according to KCCA report. And 75% end up in landfill, lakes, rivers, and so on and so forth. Now, when they are taken to the landfill, we have problems with our soils. And at the end, we also have blockage of the drainage. These are the floods that you people are seeing everywhere, partly are caused by plastics. There is some intervention that has been done. I think you have all seen people trying to grow some crops in plastic bottles. You have seen people trying on the plastic walls, and also we are putting plastics in pavers. However, me and you are still seeing plastics around us. It implies a lot has to be done. Now, here we come in to see that we try to infuse plastic into bitumen. Bitumen is a fluid binder, which we use in making roads. So we try to put in plastics. A lot of research has been around that area to see that plastics are put in bitumen and used to construct roads. When you put plastics in roads, the quality of the road improves. There's what we call rutting. The resistance to rutting is improved, and so many others. So we are trying to explore new ways how we can manage our plastics. Remember this, when you read NDP 3, the country is jubilating. We got our oil, so whenever we have oil refinery, it implies there will be a lot of plastic production. So oil is coming together with too much plastic production, and according to Vision 2040, we need to look for better ways of plastic management. Okay. So, we have plastic infusion. PET, that's the bottles you have. How we do infuse them. Then LDP, the Cavera, which you all know. How do we do that? Then we have design experiments. Now, in designing of experiments, we wanted to find the optimum mix of the bitumen together with the plastic. What should be the optimum percentage of the blend? Okay. Then we do a job mix. A job mix is just to find what's the percentage of aggregates, depending on the different ranges of aggregates that we have in Uganda. Now, you have to test the bitumen that we have in Uganda. And we focused on mainly three properties. We looked at penetration, we looked at the softening point, and flash and fire. Penetration mainly focuses on how deep the needle can enter into the bitumen. The softening point looks at what temperature can that bitumen melt, start melting, and the flash and fire looks at what temperature can the road catch fire. That road you see can catch fire at a particular temperature. So we wanted to look at that. Then, after the bitumen, we went on and mixed and made the road. Ladies and gentlemen, the road you see as you are moving out, there is half a section. That section was made by us as a team, and it encompasses plastics. The upper section, which is about 30 meters, is made out of Cavera with bitumen. The second section is made out of plastic bottles, the PET and bitumen, and the last section towards the road is the control section, bitumen without any addition. So these are the tests that were done on the plastic roads. We did the indirect tensile strength, stability and flow, then extraction. Now, this is what happened. When we tested the penetration for the neat bitumen, it was 60.47 millimeters. But for the bitumen, which is blended with the PET, we got 65 millimeters. And the one which is blended with the Cavera, we got 63 millimeters. Now, it implies that the one which is having lower penetration, it has more strength. However, there also are other disadvantages that come with it. Then softening point, we found out that the neat bitumen that we are having was softening at 47.5 degrees. The PET, the one which is mixed with PET, was softening at 48.5, and the one mixed with the Cavera was softening at 49.5. Now, when you go to flash point and fire, they are all the neat is can catch fire. Flash is just a spark. It can start sparking at 280 degrees. Then its fire is at 290. These ones mixed with the plastic, they can catch fire above 300. Now, upon doing the optimization, we found that for us to have an optimum stability, optimum flow, and optimum density, and optimum voids, we must mix our aggregates with 40.1%. This one depends on the weight, okay? 40.1%. We mix, this one is the optimum. We mix the bitumen, it should be 4.12% of the weight. So after making our road, we cut the samples, took them to the lab to test the performance, and those are the results that we got. Now, those cores are tested in two ways. One is what we call the dry, another one we call it the wet. The dry is an instance when there is no rain, and the wet is an instance when there is rain. So, briefly, we found out that the section which is not having any bitumen, which is not having any plastic, when you look at the averages, the averages here. Now, this is the control. This one without plastic. When you test it with it dry, it develops cracks at this pressure. When this pressure is applied, okay. When it's wet, it breaks at that moment. However, for the one which is mixed with the Cavera, it breaks at this point when it's dry, but it breaks at this when it's wet. That implies that the one without Cavera performs better when it's wet, but performs better when it's wet, and when it's dry, the one with the Cavera performs. The one with the PET breaks at 3 dry and also breaks at 187 when it is wet. Now, for this case, the one which is without any plastic performs better on wet conditions, and when it comes to dry conditions, the one with plastics performs better. That's the information which is there. Percentage which was added in the section. Now, when we found out that the control section had a slight increase, remember we added 4.12% of bitumen. So we found it had increased by 1.8. Now, by 0.18. Now, that increase comes in just by human error. That one can perfectly make it 4.12. But now when it comes to LDP, the Cavera, we found out that the bitumen increases by 0.48%. Why? Because the Cavera, so the system now sees it as all bitumen. Then the PET shows that it increased with 0.38. Now when it comes to stability was below 1. Okay? Then the flow is should be between 3 to 3.5. Ours, one went to 4.9 for the control, 3.0 and 3.2. But these ones can be at all. You people should know that making a road is one of the most expensive things. For us, for our case there, a simple square meter was charged 130,000 per square meter. So you can compute and see how much money was used there. Yet we needed something which is slightly bigger and also something to be compacted very well. So those ones, you can explain that by the insufficient compaction and making the thin layer. Now, this is the conclusion. Infusion of PET and LDP exhibits high tensile strength compared to the neat bitumen during the dry conditions, but it's opposite when it comes to the wet conditions. Now, the polymeric additives do not affect the extraction process of the binder during asphalt. Polymeric additives reduce resistance to deformation of the road while increasing the flexibility, hence limiting cracking. What are we looking at next? What we are looking at next is to conduct LCA, life cycle analysis, to see the effect on human beings. We are mixing these plastics with the roads. Now, what will be the effect to the environment and even the human beings? And also we want to explore more plastic wastes like PP. We thank Burif for funding the project. It was funded twice, and it's one of the most expensive projects that we did. Now, successful research simply requires appropriate infrastructure and through motivation. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We gave you enough time to tell us about the depth, the PET, the LDPE, and so on. Can we have some comments?
Thank you for that very nice presentation. To me, it is really a big having a workshop in Tororo, and that was one of the burning areas we tackled with the community in the Tororo municipality there. Now, you are doing something very important, but are you taking care of environmental aspects in your work? If I could give you one example, when polythene material is burned, especially those polythene bags, literature indicates that you end up generating one of the most toxic gases around, and this is dioxin. The second one, when you make material of that kind to construct a road, do you realize that there are some organisms even below that road which will require water to penetrate and contribute to their lives? Do you take care of that?
The cracking was minimal. I don't know. The cracking was minimal. I don't know if you, and this, I suppose, as you mentioned, is based on the pressure that is load, the load that this material can withstand. And if that is the case, because I mean the load, you know, if we pass a truck there loaded with maybe 20 tons, can it still remain stable vis-a-vis the pressure that your material exhibited? So which load commensurates with the pressure that is optimum as per your research? Number two, I don't know how many layers you considered. This still comes back to pressure. I suppose each layer perhaps, you know, can contain a certain amount of pressure and load. So I don't know how many layers you put into consideration, and perhaps what could be the most optimum number of layers that could be sufficient for any amount of load, or at least the maximum amount of load in your consideration. Thank you.
Please note the questions down. I see two more hands. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm an agriculture person, but I always had that idea in my head, but since I wasn't in that particular field, I couldn't put it into place. I asked myself that why can't this heap of the road engage plastics into bitumen? But at least you have tried to bring it out. Thank you for that. But as an agriculture person and as an agricultural business person, I would want to be to get some interest in a cost-benefit analysis. Did you try to make any cost-benefit analysis? Because I feel governments would want to put up that innovation, but they want to know how much does it cost you to use bitumen alone, or you to use bitumen and plastic, or bitumen and Cavera. Yeah, because I believe if it is less costly, then even places in villages can also receive this kind of road. Thank you so much.
Last one.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Looking at it from an environmental perspective, we all know that the effect of plastics doesn't ensue from only the macro and the meso plastic levels. So did you consider the effect of the microplastics that would probably come from the roads due to wear and tear, that could probably end up into aquatic systems and end up into the food chain, and even we human consumers of what comes from the aquatic systems? Thank you.
So you have, hey, there's another one. Hope you'll not forget. Okay, give that person the microphone.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, mine somehow he had addressed it, but I still wanted to emphasize the issue of, you talked of pressure in terms of heat or pressure in terms of weight. That's what I wanted to be clear about. And also, I wanted also to know about the advantages compared to the quota, the local quota, the advantages. Is plastic as a binding factor or material? Enlighten us on that. And also, I would also want to know about that. What would you recommend proportions for a wet region? I would imagine that would come out, like if I'm going to do one in the east where it is hot, I would recommend certain ratio. Maybe in the cold places, I would, that's what I was also thinking about when you talk about plastics. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think those can be enough for now, but let me just add mine also. By the way, when you're entering Busitema University, there is a demonstration of a plastic road. Listen, you didn't talk about it. Yes. But now my question is the lifespan vis-a-vis the normal roads. If you did an analysis, what's the lifespan of a plastic road? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. Actually, it implies the class was very attentive. Very attentive. Let me now, when you look at this topic, we are focusing on low volume roads. Low volume roads means few vehicles passing. Less than, I think, 100 a day. That's what we are focusing on. Now, Doctor there was commenting about the environment, the same to the other gentleman who is so much about environment. The truth is, if you look at what we proposed as future research, we said we are going to have to do life cycle analysis to see these other effects. You might be solving a hole to cover a hole. So the next thing to be done is to do the LCA, find out the effect, what is happening. True, the plastics have been consumed, but are there other causes to the living of organisms? Let me tell you something small. That section you see there, we used over 100 kilograms of plastic. Now just imagine we are constructing a kilometer. It will be too much. Causes of crack. By the way, cracking in roads are caused by many factors, but the biggest factor is water. The biggest factor that leads to cracking is the water. So if you don't work on the drainage, or you can work on the road and it stays for only 1 week. For example, even in our section there, the first section we made for PET started developing cracks and realized we had not properly channeled the water off the road. Okay? And if you can now see the second section, it is still intact. Yet it has been there for months. The other one has been there for a full year. There is no single pothole. We have been having trucks passing, those ones which are bringing material for the construction. They've been passing and everything is still intact. So cracking will not be, that simple test can show that cracking will not be a problem. Now, which are about 2 inches. That's small, but it's very expensive. Example,
1 drum of bitumen, 60-70 penetration. It costs almost it ranges from 700 to 1 million. Then you find a small section, you need like 11. Eh? You need like 11 in only a small section of 30 meters. That's almost 7 million. Eh? So it is expensive. So, and when you go to our brief, actually when we went to UNRWA, we wanted to consult them at first. They said, how many billions do you have? We told them we have 50 million. They said, you guys, you work in your university, we can't give you, because we wanted to put that section on one of the roads, highways, to find out. But they said, yeah, you are very broke, we can't work with you. Yeah, so, that one. So, for us, we started with 50. I see some countries going to up to a full foot, that's 12 inches, depending on your wallet. But now, we can also think, what could be the optimum? About 4 inches, 5 inches. We didn't study that, but it can be that. The agribusiness gentleman, he focused so much on the money thing. The truth is, research has it that when you use plastic, at least 10% of the finances is reduced. But now, this 10% you may not realize it, because 10% of a million is 100,000. Now, but what would be the losses made in case you get flooding? Can you put that one in the money terms? You see the losses we got because of the other landslide in Chitezi. Can you value that? So what we are trying to do is to minimize those, without so much focusing on the element of the money. Though the percentage is there, a small percentage, but you don't want to focus on it. So what is the recommendation in wet areas? And actually there is a research I did with one of the students doing water, and we are looking at asphalt which can allow water to pass through. It is still under, we are still working on it. Whereby when it rains, the water just goes direct to the ground. It is called pervious asphalt. That one, I think it will be a solution for that. Right now, at the stage where we are, we have stopped on the optimum. We know that we have to put 4-point-something% of plastic and so on and so forth. Back to this gentleman, he said for him is agriculture, he can't... who told you that I'm a civil engineer? I am not. No, I didn't do civil. Actually, Mr. Ocheni knows I'm Professor Samson. By the way, me, I'm ICT. So please don't limit your head. Please don't limit your head. I think is there anything I've not talked about? Any other question? We need to.
I think you have.
We need to crush this.
I think you have exhausted most of the things, and we don't want to keep you there for so long.
Yes.
Of course, there are other questions. I think technically either you have dodged them or you are going to process them after lunch. I think we have come to the end of your presentation. We want to give you a round of applause.
Please do that. Thank you.
And the second last segment of our, you can take your seat. The second last segment of our symposium today will be a keynote address from a guest, I think is already outside. But before he sets in, I want Ambrose to give us some drill. People have been sitting for so long. Just give us some drill of 1 minute. Let's all stand up and have a drill. Sitting is not so good. Just 1 minute drill, then we can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Moderator. We are going to have a simple stretch. You remember when we started, we developed our simple slogan for this symposium. Harambe, we said Harambe, next? Huh? Bravo, okay?
So I will say Harambe, say bravo. Okay? When I say Harambe, say bravo. Harambe, bravo. Harambe, bravo. Okay. One.
Thank you so much, Ambrose. At least now life has come back to us. And I saw people struggling for these simple exercises. That means a lot. It means we have to do exercises to keep fit. So ladies and gentlemen, we have our keynote address going to be delivered by Professor Kaziba Abdul Pata. Professor, you're welcome. We've been anxiously waiting for you, and you've come at the right time when people have talked science, they've talked research, they've talked businesses, and they've talked a number of things. So your keynote address will definitely give us a move forward. So allow me to introduce our keynote address speaker. Professor Mpata is a professor of business administration and a fellow of Uganda National Academy of Sciences. He has received awards by UNESCO, DAAD, and the National Scientific Index of Publishers. Professor Mpata earned his PhD in business management, psychology, with a distinction in 1998 from Indonesia, and because of his subsequent publication in the area with an impact stature, as recognized by international ranking of scientific, he was awarded an honorary doctorate of business administration by the Commonwealth and another master's in e-learning and digital marketing. He has presented and published papers locally and internationally, and more than 52 articles have appeared in the prestigious international journal. Professor Mpata is also the author of a number of books in business economics, Professor Mpata is also an author of a number of books in business economics, education leadership, and service integrity in public service sector in Uganda. Professor is a senior management consultant who was trained by the United Kingdom-based Crown agents in a country capacity building and training of trainers. He is a chairperson of the board of various educational institutions and the chairperson of Skypa Management Consultants. Professor Mpata has previously worked as a consultant with the Ministry of Public Service in developing a training needs analysis for Uganda Public Service managers together with Uganda Management Institute. He has performed competency profiling for a number of organizations, both public and private, in Uganda, Professor Mpata also works as one of the chairpersons of the Inter-University Council for East African expert team to different universities in the region and quality assurance in the area of business administration. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Professor Mpata. Professor Mpata, you're welcome to deliver your keynote address.
Necessity. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to appreciate the active participation of all of you who are here and for your involvement in this very important symposium. I welcome with both hands the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, Professor, you are most welcome. I think Professor Bira, they have introduced you already, I don't know. And I would like also to thank the organizers of this conference and Professor Rahire, because you have done a lot. I know what it takes. It takes a rough sea to create a great captain. And I know that it is always a rough sea that can make, as I say, men and women of distinction. So I was asked in one of the meetings to just talk about enterprise development and of course management, as it is emphasizing. And I thought that the most important thing that we want, that is very important for this conference, is to know that at the end of the day, if you are to develop an enterprise, you must think locally. And then you have got also to think globally, but ultimately you must act locally. That is what it is. So you must scan the environment in which you are in order to get to where you are supposed to be and know how to get there. So one of the areas that is giving us headache in the academic arena is how to determine the family business and how to succeed in it. Why have people failed? As we look at the models that we are developing to empower the communities, to empower our families, that is where we are. And if you do it very well, you succeed in as far as creating an enterprise is concerned and then sustaining it. So my paper, which I have already actually written now, maybe just to briefly tell you about the research, we are doing a lot in as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. And we have collected a lot of data with my dean at the Faculty of Management Sciences. And we are trying to look at which model is the best now, doing a lot of qualitative analysis where we are now looking at the threads, how they are interconnected, and the themes, so that we can see whether the poverty eradication strategies that government is using, now most recently the parish development model, has got impact in very many different aspects. Do we have participation? To what extent are people participating? Then we have empowerment, what type of social capital is there, and so on. Therefore, we are soon coming out, and because Professor Bira is driving the agenda, we are also very happy to say that we are coming up with a number of things, and one of the papers has already been published. You can even access my name and you get some of the papers that we have. So this one is just succeeding in a family business. I'm going to summarize this one so that when you get a paper, you can read the details that are there. But the most important thing that you have, now that we are talking about family business, we are talking about organizing, how people are organizing as a nuclear family, how they are getting extended family members to practice the management roles, the ownership roles, and then the ties, so that people can go on. Why do we find families dying with their business? Those are some of the questions. And why do you fail to become creative? Why do you fail? Normally when I'm teaching my business students, I just say that you look at the number of letters, like you anticipate as, anticipate and accurately in your business, you must find the best model, the best practice, and you benchmark. Then you must look at the seeds of customer competition and change. Then you see who is going to buy your product, who are you going to compete with. Then you look at the needs, you design, develop a product, and you deliver. Then you look at the ease, look at how economy your product will be able to compete, how efficient it should be, and effectiveness. Then you look at the one. So I look at this one and I say, up to Z, you must have zero balance, zero defects in as far as your product is concerned. That's where the Japanese are centering, because they are using the same cannibal, and so on. We are saying, how can we develop this? But for us, as soon as you die, they value with your business. Therefore, you are going to read, as I'm saying, but it is very imperative that we get to know, so that we get to know where we are and how we are going to get out of this very important thing. Where is the? Can you be controlling this one? So that, because I don't want to focus a lot, I don't have to put on my whatever. But the most important thing in as far as this one is concerned is one aspect that we have been talking about, that that is there. The most important thing in the family business that I want you to read when you get to the paper is to know that you start alone where you say I. Because ideas come from individuals. All right, some people are right, so be here. Sorry. So we have got to say I first. I'm very sorry for that. Then you say we. Then after that you move to the next step, us and them. Because people are going to come when you start. So they have talked about the I's again of innovation, invention, and then imagination. You have already talked about that. When we come to creativity. So I'm going to look at what are they that we want. So you start alone, you say, can I have business? For example, if you go along this road up to Iganga, you say, what business can I put here? You look at the bush, you say, can I have business here? Then people say, are you mad? You cannot have business here. This is a bush. But for you, you are looking at something different. Another person is looking at what aspects should be here. I traveled with one gentleman and I said, you can start business from different angles. Don't look at capital first. So because he was my relative and my mother was on my neck, what else can you do for these people? I said, let us buy a home. And then he said, I don't want to dig. That was outright. I don't want dig. Then I said, what do you want? At least a taxi. And my business was going to start with around 300, 200,000. So when we bought that, he looked at the hole, I put it in the car. Then I got a slash, I put it there. Then I said, now we have got now the capital to move. And because my mother comes from that range of Idudi, whatever, I said, this is our land if that belongs to the same people. So we are going to ask people to give us this area. And then they did, they agreed. And they tree. So I said, we slash here, because you have now that social capital, now we start. Said we start with business. We went to the village, we bought chicken. Do you know the chicken? Chicken that I can buy from 200,000. A lot, 4,000, 5,000, I bought. We said we should put it here. Then we started. Now we are looking at how much can they give us after you have sat there for 3 days. And indeed, it was 2 days. People started buying. And they started saying, kunkoko. So they knew. Now the business was kunkoko. So when they stop, they buy. So now when we went to the village the first time, and the second he went himself, then the third time people started bringing the chicken. So boys started riding and bring. When you bring, they add you 500. So now I said, now you are a manager here. And he started smiling, you are a manager now here. Because he said, the one we bought 4,000 or 5,000, they have given me 9. They have given me 15 in the one we bought this. I said, that's now what you should concentrate on. Then after that concentration, I told him one of the aspects is integrity and honesty. These are the things you are going to find in this paper. You must be honest. Now, should I take you to different people at different restaurants? I took him. Then he said, you give me, this one is what? This one is your project, so this and that. Can you, because I'm talking practically so that you can understand, you young men. You have going to get degrees, but you are going to remain very poor because you are not creative, you are not imaginative. So he started supplying. Say, bring me 5 local, bring me 4. Will you come by 8? Will you bring by this? Then he said, I don't have time now. I have to look for. So he started calling those boys. Where are you? Can you bring? Very quickly. And the business now started. Right now, he has also left another one because he has a shop. And he has a vehicle that he is driving. And what is he doing? To deliver orders. So it is not hard to think a lot. Another one just asked a bogus question on Utirinyi Road. Still, why do people urinate in the bush? That was the question. So I don't want to be very academic. You should know. And you know where people now stop on that road. You know, and they pay money. So others are also paying for that. You see, you bring here your things, you pay the holiday. So you must be able to look at business as something which is real, and so on and so forth. But here is, when the founder, you see, the founder, dominant owner is one, and the siblings, small family, and then you bring in the cousins and so on, it becomes large. Then the power, there you control it alone, then here you share, and then here you have to separate. That's where we now fail. And then we come to culture, is I, this one is us, then us and them. Then capital is personal. Here it is going to be on your competence, because you cannot change. And you parents who are here, don't chase your children, they are yours. You must fight with them because they are growing up when you are looking. So if you say, I don't want to see so and so, and you want Professor Pata to see that person, what do you mean? I don't want to see so and so, but you want me to employ him or her. No, it's yours. Everything you must fight together. I had one, I advised, because that's my very important role. I advised, I said, this is the boy that you should give charge of the money. He says, my God. He said he will work. When they gave him money, he says, now, this you are in charge of X, this is your money. And if you misbehave with it, you are going to make losses. Therefore, it is imperative that you stay focused. The boy started relinquishing other things he was doing secretly and focusing on the business. Says, you can even use some, but it is you. The business is finally yours. So he started realizing and coming back to the senses that I must do the needful. I don't belong elsewhere. This is what it is, but the more we go on saying the best person is the one you met after 30 years, is the one you met 50 years, the best person is yours. You are the one who is not caring from the beginning. So you must take the mantle and make sure that you are there. Second, next, we have a lot of things. So it is very important to note what does the I culture emphasize. Because you bring in, something must start with a person. Personal initiative, as I said. You are the one to think, then others can join you. And I'm not just speaking because we are here in a symposium. I own businesses, and you are very aware. That's what it is. I own. So it is not a fallacy. It is very important that we do focus on things that work. And those are the ones they say, first things first. And an old gorilla cannot be shown the path in the forest. You know where to pass. So you take on the role, but you know where you have come from. You bring in people who have met you, and then you say, you reflect personality of the entrepreneur who has built a business in creative and revolutionary ways. Next. You have got also to look at the second phase. I said the children of the founder, the dominant owner like Madivani is characterized by a culture of us because the siblings share the power over the business. You must also know that we are going out of business. I mean, we are out of life. We are going. Our life is burning out every day. So what are you going to do? I have seen one of the entrepreneurs in education getting to senses and saying, I'm bringing my children, and he has shown them to the Cathedral of Ghana and saying, now the thing must go on. I have now realized, because this is what we are supposed to do. We have talked, and people have understood. This is what you must do. Otherwise, when they bury you and your business, even when you have a degree, your academics, and they say the only gynecologist we had has died, you are a failure. You should be very happy that you are a failure. There is nothing to celebrate. Because you cannot be a gynecologist for 40 years without creating any other person. Therefore, you are a failure. So those who think that they will say, I'm the only professor of such and such who has died, you are a failure. The one they say has created 10, 5, 20, have passed through the hands, that is a real professor, like me. Okay, next. So the third phase brings in cousins and so on. So this phase is about diversity and power separation. The other one was power sharing. This is separation. You want this person to see whether they can engage into a public and prosper alone. So what aspects are you going to relinquish? When are you going to do them? The paper gives them. Then the next is what? This is now what we have, the differences between the performance objectives of a family and the non-family farms. The others are looking for dividends. When are you giving us the PEX, equity? Are we sharing properly? And so on, while others at the extreme. Now you start saying, what are the sales, return on equity? What are we going to have? What is the operating margin? Now you become a professional. That means you are bringing in people with the competence to assist you to move ahead. Because you might not have everybody in the organization. You are Madivani, but you now own that empire. But you know even whom to recruit to assist you where, and in which location, of course, and when. As you train yours to become also accountants with the CPR and so on, you have got that. So survival is there. So this one, when you look at this, they are looking for social prestige, which car you are still driving, an old one. And that's why now people will fail when they are alone. You find he used to have a very nice car, but he was alone. And he ended at that stage. So people will not bother. I don't mind. That one is also, if it is your objective just to enjoy and become a history, that's also good. But it's very important that you leave a footprint where you have passed. Then this one is job creation, which is very important in this country. When you start your business, I told you just asking, why do people urinate in the forest, in the bush? Some people are now putting on aprons to sell. A lot has been created there. That's why you see the president of the Republic of Uganda saying this company doesn't belong to the Indian. It is yours. If you look at people who are approaching the industrial park from different angles in Kampala, in Mbala, and so on, this is where you get the reality. Who is the owner of this? But it is the individual who decided to come and start the business. Therefore, we have got to understand. So professional non-family managers will come in, new market entry, you have innovativeness, you are thinking of packaging. Now you see people who are packing soft drinks like Coca-Cola, they do it like Pepsi-Cola, but they are different entities. And now billionaires, in dollars, but they're in Uganda. Because they trust, they bring us on bed to say the hopeless things. What market segmentation have you done? What market development strategies do you have? What strategies are going to penetrate new areas? And so on and so forth. Then we design. They appreciate and they say, this is what works for me. So that is where we are. Next is just to make sure that you are there. I don't want to read everything for you, but I'm just saying that family business have entrepreneurial mindset. That is very important. The attitude, the values that you bring in, and the beliefs, that culture, must be in tandem and must be shared. It is a shared mindset. So you spend most of your time understanding you. People must understand you. You spend most of your time being understood and also understanding the personalities of other people. I don't want to talk about personalities, but there is no personality that is useless. Somebody might be a diplomat and might be needed in that area. You have seen in Uganda, for example, we have diplomats. Somebody can sustain a discussion, a negotiation. That is a diplomat. Somebody can withstand an abuse. It's a diplomat. Type what behavior is there, they are there. Then we have people. So those ones are good in negotiation. If you send the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, he will not get tired of negotiation. If you send Honorable Otafire, he will get tired the first day. And even ask, why did you bring me here when we were not already? But again, Honorable Otafire is very good in security. He gets annoyed very fast. Therefore, if you tell him that a bomb has struck this, he says we must get the culprits in 2 hours. He will tell you, just give me the result in 2 hours. So the two extremes have got personalities, but they are useful. We have got the different types of personalities, about 29, that you need to know. So if you get a wife, what personality do you have? If you get a husband, what personality? We have, and we are teaching this. People say that education is useless, but it is not. It is us who don't interpret. There is a wife you get when she cares about only property. That is the extreme. Another one about children. Another one about you as a husband. Another one. If you combine the two, you are very lucky. If you combine the three, so when you die, the wife might put your body there and first care about the property, remove it every first before we transport the body. And another one might eat all of the eggs and bread and chicken and so on with the children and say that your father will find what to eat. While another one will refuse everybody from touching the fridge until the father returns. So I don't want to go into that, but you need to understand what type of personality do you have? What type of wife? There are very many different types of women. That's why we did in business psychology. This is what we are teaching. We are teaching even the soldiers what personalities. It's not about extraction. There are persons you can kill without giving you any information. There's one you can narrate to a story and it gives you everything. So what personality are you, have you arrested? But this is, now it is in business here. We are looking at what personality do you have? Who is your wife? It is not backbiting or hatred, but who are you? Do you know yourself? Anyway, we go on. So here, capabilities that are given to succeed the achievement. You will have the enterprise boom. We did next to take a risk. We have got risk. Idiosyncratic risk, we have business risk, we have country risk, we have a lot of risks. That's why you see those who are coming here, they know that the risks are there. Idiosyncratic is about the business itself, but others you might share with others and you say, Uganda is safer compared to X. And so on. Therefore, you must know where those risks must be tackled. Then win-win personality, which I have talked about. You are not supposed to be the only person to speak in the family. You will make others fail to be creative. Allow them to speak hopeless, so that you know that these hopeless ideas must be fought to this magnitude. But if you suppress them, they surface when they are burying you. And you have no business. So, perseverance is here, flexibility, innovation, capacity. Each one I can explain a lot, but I wanted to make sure that we focus on this one. And you say capacity to plan and organize. You must have that capacity. The preparedness to undergo physical and emotional stress. That one is part of business. I have ordered, they have not delivered. What should I do? Should you export it at home? Should your children share it because the delivery has not come? Is your wife going to be the center of your emotion when they have made a lockdown? Preparedness, this is what we are talking about, and then problem solving. So we have got to look at those aspects. Next. Time is so when you say proaction, you must be there. You take a lead in dealing with emerging issues. You don't wait for legislation only to act. That is what we have. So if you see Professor Wako taking a lead, that is leadership. Because you were pathfinder, you are the wagon master. You must be there. You are the linking pin. You have got helicopter vision. Other people have got a train vision. Because for it goes in the dark places. But for you have the helicopter vision. You see the wood of the tree before it grows. You know that Uganda will need power beyond this. Others are just counting. They will need the roads of this magnitude. Others are sleeping. The road is there. There's no problem. So that is where we have. Then you take the risk, as I have said. What are the risks? Going to the bank is a risk. As you know what people are doing, how businesses, the corrators have been taken and so on. These are the things that we shall get time. When we get time, we must talk about them. Then the autonomy, about granting individual inside the organization. That's what I have talked about. Then continue, because a lot is there, innovation. The tendency to engage in and support new ideas. Will you sell the same things you have seen? Coca-Cola has given money to people. We say, go and start mineral water development. They have started. They have what bottles? Should they remain with only those originally? Should they get plastic bottles? If they don't, what risks are they going to face? Will they sell? To whom should they target, given that people say these drinks cause ABC? That's where it is. Competitive aggressiveness, you will read it and get it. Integrity, I've talked about it. Fearlessness does not mean that you are going to fight, no. It is willingness to stand on controversial, risky matters, so that you are there. Then the command that you must have. And yes, what is inside my, okay. Yeah. So that is where it is, but I'm looking for only the slide now, because this one is stronger communication. That one, I think you will know that without communication, even if it is in the house, it's a problem. Therefore, it must be there. But now I wanted these C's here, because it's very important that we have them. They are C's and C's. And I have emphasized this. Credibility, communication, competence, coaching, always coaching. It is coaching, it is there. Capability, that is where you are going to find the challenges. Who is going to be? Commitment. You put it, business this way, you don't go there at all. You only go when somebody has a problem, a head teacher and so on. That is only crisis, which is also there. Continue. There are C's. I want the C's because we must, these ones are okay. But the challenges are there because folding in a business is a challenge. But here now, we have the S. They are here. I've been talking about this A, B, C, up to Z. So they share the values, the strategy, it must be there, the skill, the staff. This is Mackenzie's, not mine. This is Mackenzie's, the style you are going to use, the systems, they must be there. And I think we must have those. If we are going to be using STI as we are saying, we must have them. And they must be embedded in whatever we are doing. You should even share your dream with another person and they tell you that, see, do you know, did you understand this? Because this model must be looked at very well. It's also in the paper. And then finally, I want my C's of competence only. Yeah, because the others is just to understand that we have, now that one is the curiosity. Creativity, we have talked about. You must be creative, you must be willing to try something different. You think outside the box. Every time. That's how you run very fast to remain in the same place. That's what they mean. So we must be there. If you don't change, then change will change. That's what they say. But there is nothing, no permanent, there is nothing permanent except change. That one you have got, we have got to always know that once you start business, others want to start the same. Have you asked yourself, when you go in Kampala, all the sports people are on the same street? Those who are selling women wear on the same street, children, whatever, on the same street, pharmacies, because others, only you are the one thinking for them. The one who started that place was the entrepreneur. But others are hoping he gets a lot of money by doing what? Selling things here of this nature. Put here a pharmacy. He also puts in here. And you get annoyed. Are you going to witchcraft? So you must be there. Communication must be there. Next. So courage, conviction, charisma is very important. Who among the people you have employed has got the charisma? In which area? Competence, I've talked about it. The directors now come in when you are at the third stage because you want them. And how to choose a board, corporate governance was talked about in the first conference I had. Common sense. The directors must have common sense, the ability to listen and find your way in the reality-based world. I think I can end there, and I wish you success in your endeavors. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor, for those wonderful words. Can we give Professor another round of applause? Professor has given us words of wisdom, how to start businesses. And if we get back here and we don't have a business, then it means Professor's keynote address has not impacted on us. Professor talking about a number of things, the features of family business. This was critical that we need to note. But most importantly, the tendency of thinking that you are the only one. That's a sign of failure. And I think that is a good way of mentorship if we bring in others. And of course, personality traits. Who should do what? So we need to look at the capabilities and so on. But Professor, I am sure that the audience will want to interact with you. At least one or two questions. And then we move to the next segment of that. But before that, I want to recognize the presence of the DVC Academic Affairs. Professor Bira Safina, you are welcome, and thank you for being part of this. I recognize the presence of our university librarian, Dr. Frederick Luja. You are welcome. I saw the Deputy Academic Registrar around. I don't know if he has moved out. You are welcome. The Chief Security Officer, who is taking care of our security here. You are welcome. I also want to recognize the presence of our international students, the DAD Scholarship, MPH, for joining this symposium. You could stand up for recognition. Thank you very much, and feel at home at the Pearl of Africa. You know, Uganda is called the Pearl of Africa. So I want to give two hands, the first two, one preferably a lady and a gentleman, to interact with the professor. Of course, when you ask a professor a question and he doesn't answer, it means that the answer lies with you, the person who has asked. So I've taken you and the lady. Professor, interact with these people, please.
All right, thanks so much, Professor. You talked of starting a business, but other than looking at capital first. So I would like you to put more light about that, because it didn't enter me well. How best would you advise someone to go about setting up a business other than looking at capital first? Thanks so much.
Next, and the last.
Thank you, Professor. He talked about ideas. Now, could you give us some insight on sources of business ideas?
Yeah, you can give the microphone to the professor to respond to those two.
Yes, first of all, it is very important to acknowledge that people were really very attentive, and I think one of the issues that we always fail is to think in terms of money as capital. That's, I think, what somebody, but if we say social capital is there, what is social capital? Social capital is about friendship, it's about networking, it's about knowing the people who matter, attending these conferences, taking note of who is here. Some people are going to leave and just say, there were very many people there. Then they say, mention one, and they say, the other shorty woman, this and that. When that means you don't know anything. You have gone back as you came. But if you can really demonstrate what was there and whom you will follow up with, and you have an objective of coming. So when you say capital, you must be able to know that social capital is even more important than the financial, because the financial is useless without you deciding on what to do, getting to know who has done it, if there is any, and how they have fared, and how they have failed, and what challenges, even if it is growing pineapples. You don't just come and say, I have now bought a pump, I have no. Somebody knows, he will tell you, if you do this with the chicken, it will die. That is what will happen. Should you mess up with only this without doing this first? I have seen it. This is going to be a problem, and you have seen. Those who have navigated through the journey have got something. Therefore, look at it. It is not about providing the 1 million for PDM. People have been buying mattresses, and they get another wife, because that's what they do best. Another person will know how to a special hire, the price of special hire. I have been in the business for a long time. Somebody can even differentiate between a vehicle of 5 million and 5.2 when he is a special hire person. Can you imagine that? Which I can't do myself as a professor. I don't know. But somebody can say this one, that Toyota is 3.2. If I have given you a lot, I can add 100. Because of what? He's in that business. And he can even sell one of 3.5 and buy one of 3.7. You wonder what is the difference, but he knows that there is a big difference. A person who is slaughtering animals, to use that word seriously, will know that this bull, when you bring it, I cannot give you 1.6. I will only give you 1.55. Because they know they are in the business. But for me, who is buying, I don't see any difference. If they say we have bought at 2.1 or 2.2, I say, now what are you explaining? So this is where the issues are. Those who have reared pigs know how the business of pigs really is stressing. Those who have never reared an animal, they will not know even how a sick animal looks like. The other one will just look at it and say, this one needs treatment, as if he's talking to a person. Even tells the animal, so you are now suffering from this, let me bring you medicine. Which you can't do. I'm just illustrating, you have heard people do so. But now if you give the other one animals, because that's your mode, you are only creating poverty to this one, because the animal will die without him realizing that it is sick. So what aspects, even those who are giving PDM, what aspects should they know first? From what business have you seen people thrive in? Then we start. So that's what I am throwing more light on. It is not about money, and then you can sink it somewhere, and then you say that is how it doesn't work. Then the next one, the sources of ideas. This is what we are talking about here, the sources of ideas. The sources are here. The two questions are linked. The sources are here. See, if you want to start which business, do you know the business in which I am? Do you know how to start? These are the things. The sources are with you. When you put on a shirt and you can be accommodated, that is capital. They have not arrested you, they have shown you a security officer. You would have been arrested. But to allow you to sit here, you have already got capital. To allow me to join somewhere outside as a professor, I am now going to KwaZulu Natal next week to Viva people. Did they know me just like that? Where did I meet people? You are getting it. But if I go to enjoy my hotel, 5-star, is that why I have traveled? To eat rice, which I've left in Uganda. Because that's where people focus. I will eat when it is time for breakfast and assure these people. Is that why you have traveled on the plane, you have slept there and so on? You are going to that one. So the ideas are here. When it is an idle mind, they said they do what? Gossip or what? Oh, I don't know, but you are doing. See? Great minds do what? Discuss what? Thank you very much. So that's how it is.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think if tomorrow you don't start a business with all of us here, because Professor has said the ideas are here with us. And also if you noticed what Professor Paul Wako said yesterday, that these conferences are meant for us to network. And I think when he made that statement, Professor Mpata was not there. So it means that these professors communicate in spirit because they are speaking the same language. So be close to these professors if you want to learn. Thank you very much, Professor, and let's give the last round of applause for his presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the presentations and this session. We are now going to the next session. However, we will keep it short because there is this is the only thing lying between us and lunch. So the longer we keep it, the more hungry we shall be. But I hope that we shall keep it short. And we have a very brief program for this afternoon session, which is basically the closing program for this symposium. And we'll have basically 6 items on this. The last one will be lunch and departure. We decided to combine this so that we don't move out and come back. But before we move for lunch, we shall have a group photo, a final group photo. And these photos, for some of us, is accountability that we actually attended the conference. And also, it will give you a memory that there is a professor who talked about business, succeeding in business. Because you have these photos next to you and you have the professor with you. Whenever you look at the photo, you remember how to start the business. So we'll have the remarks from the chairperson organizing committee, who is Dr. Andima Moses. After his remarks, we'll have remarks from the Director of Graduate Studies, Research and Innovation. And we'll have remarks from the DVC. Then we shall have award ceremony. We'll give some awards to some of the best presentations, and I think the chair will give those details. After these awards, we expect to have some remarks from the Vice Chancellor, and then We'll break off, we'll close, we'll break off and move for group photo, and then go and enjoy our lunch. I hope that this we shall keep it brief so that we give room for those who may want to travel back this evening, or those who want to relax early, given the 3-day intensive activities that we have been engaged in. So without much ado, I think I'll invite the chairperson organizing committee to make very brief remarks about this symposium, and then invite the Director of Graduate Studies, Structure and Innovation.
Yeah, it's my single pleasure to really say thank you to everyone who has contributed to this symposium. Since we started on Tuesday, many of you have been around listening to the presentations. As we already said earlier, this is a symposium that tries to bring to light the different researches that we do to address issues affecting the communities around us. And it is one of those symposia that brings to light what Busitema stands for. Busitema stands for community transformation, and the reason why the university was established in a rural setting. So the idea is to transform the rural communities with high-end research. And so the only way we can get the community to know what we do is to disseminate the results in such a forum. And so we thank everyone who has come from far and within to be part of this symposium. Now, I take the single honor to recognize our Vice Chancellor in absentia, but who is represented by the DVC, Academic Affairs, the University Librarian, the Directorate of Graduate Studies, Research and Innovation, the media fraternity who have been with us here, and international students who are a part of Busitema University. We have international students actually from Somalia, from Nigeria, from Rwanda, and from Kenya. These are master's students who are sponsored by DAD Academic Exchange Services. I'm a proud alumnus of DAAD. I studied in the University of Nairobi, so when I see students from Nairobi here, yeah, I'm so proud of that. That means Busitema University is just not a local university, but it is an international university. And I also want to appreciate all the partner universities who have been able to participate in this symposium. And let this be the beginning of a networking between Busitema and all the other universities, both national and international. And yeah, for the young investigators, this is a platform where you learn a lot of things and keep it up. You are the future generation that needs to drive research. So we encourage the young investigators to always work collaboratively with the other researchers so that you can be able to make impact in the country. So I will beg to stop at that point, and then I think take the opportunity to invite the Director, Directorate of Research and Graduate Training.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andima. Protocol observed, allow me to stand on the protocol that has been set. I am immensely indebted to almost everyone who has made it to this conference, the second Busitema University STI Symposium. Just in a special way, I'd just like to give this opportunity to thank the chair, Dr. Andima Moses. And let me tell you, this team has not been sleeping. in order to ensure that this symposium comes to fruition. And let the entire committee, the entire organizing committee, please, if you're in the room, just stand up just for recognition very fast. The entire organizing committee, if you're in the room, just stand up so that, yeah. Some of them are outside, please take your seats. These are the people who have just been there in the house cooking. The first time we had a conference was during COVID-19, and we had a virtual conference. And that was around 2022. And in 2023, we launched out to have a physical one, which we didn't have. In 2024, we still said we should have a conference, come what may. And this team has been there to cook to ensure that we showcase what we have as Busitema University. And we thank all of you. We thank all of you. We thank management, especially our DVCAA, was very much instrumental to ensure that we get at least funding a little bit for this particular conference. And also we thank the researchers who submitted their manuscripts. You know, especially I don't know, Mr. Kalicity is somewhere there. Mr. Kalicity has been like one of the workhorses to ensure that he shares as much as, you know, they call it throwing it in your face. To throw this conference in your face so that you apply and you're able to showcase your work. And he has done a great job into ensuring that all this comes to so that what you have, what you're seeing today. One of the things which make us unique, and as I'm going out of research, the director of research, I've been there close to, how many? Close to, I think now, about 10 years, close to 10 years. Probably will be around 10 years in 2027. As about and leave the stage, because the Baganda say even the best dancer does what? Leaves the stage. You can't be there all the time. But as about is that we had a vision by the time when we were there with Professor Ocho, those of you remember it, that Busitema should be a research-led institution. By the time Professor Ocho came into the directorate, we had 3 programs, 3 graduate programs. And right now we are speaking about 33 graduate programs, including PhDs. And the idea of being a research-led institution is all about churning out research and development. And in that aspect, I would like to thank all of you who have participated in writing curricula, especially for masters and PhDs. And that is a testament of research and development, whereby in the country, we are ranked number 4 in research excellence. That is huge. We are just 17 years old, around that. But ranked number 4 in research excellence shows what you've done. And this is going to be massive, because all the papers presented here are going to be published in a special issue of a journal. And that is step in a journal which has impact factor, not just in a journal. So I thank all of you who have participated in this. And next year we shall be back, and I hope DVC will be able to tell us maybe where next year we are going to be, because we are a multi-campus university. So where next year we are going to be. We started online, we are in engineering, we shall be somewhere else next year. And this tradition will continue so that we lead in terms of research and innovation. Because as I conclude, science and technology is a vehicle for us to solve our future problems. And if we pay particular attention in terms of science and technology and what Professor Mpata has told us here, in terms of management science, we shall be different as a country. And we shall be liberated. All minds will be liberated. And we shall be the future. The young engineers who are in this room, the young scientists who are in this room, the young artists who are in this room, I have to tell you that the NRM government has given us all what we need, the enabling environment. And I believe that we shall be able to achieve 101% if we use this enabling environment to do business, to do research and development, and we shall not be poor, like Professor Mpata said. May God bless you all, and I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the DVCAA to make our remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Director, Graduate Studies, Research and Innovation. We are going to make some small adjustments. I think the University Librarian, Dr. Frederick Luja, will make remarks on behalf of the DVCAA, and the DVCAA will represent the University Vice Chancellor. Doctor, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. Guess what? I've been caught unaware. I didn't expect that I would be coming here to speak. DVC, Director, Graduate Studies, the professors around, the audience, good afternoon. I'm really honored to be here to speak to you, much as I wasn't really prepared to do that. But nevertheless, I thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I want to thank all of you for having spared the time to come and be part of this very noble and successful event. Indeed, I want to applaud the DVC and the director. The director, there are things he has not told you. Getting to this second Busitema University Science and Technology Innovation, it had failed twice. And to have it today, that is really a very big milestone. Some of us who have had the opportunity to study from outside, this happens all the time. It's not a one-year event. When you go out there in classrooms, dinner, lunches, people gather like you've gathered here. And then others spend 1 hour or two to disseminate their research. When you disseminate your research, you gain a number of skills. One, you learn to talk to people. Some of you, if I make you stand here to speak, you may think we have an earthquake here. Right? And you find really highly distinguished people who cannot do that. So, Director, we need to think beyond a one-year event so that we have more of this. We are really privileged that this university is moving at a very high speed. Okay? And this goes back to the kind of leadership that we have and we continue to have. This university is attracting some of the best funding in the country. I think we have the biggest share of government research funds. Now, with all this coming on board, I think we need also to see that we make it visible in terms of research output, in terms of innovations, in terms of commercialization that we produce. I've made a number of visits to the workshop, our workshop here. And then I've made a number of visits to Mbali as part of management. And when you move around, you really admire the kind of innovation going on in the university that is not known. All this is not known, it's not documented. Because I think we've not had time to think about sessions like this where we can indeed disseminate this and get it outside there. So I want to thank you so much, the leadership plus the team which has organized this event. Thank you very much, and we look forward seeing more of this, maybe on a monthly basis or even on a weekly basis at the faculties. Okay? We have the professors who can guide the young people. And also I want to thank the students who are here. I can see some of them. The professor mentioned this, that when you start a business and you don't have an opportunity to allow your children learn what you're doing, We've seen people who have been buried as they put you in, also the business is. This also applies to academia, okay? If we are here and we don't allow you, the young people, learn from us, then we are here to do nothing. Because at the end of the day, you are the people who have to carry on with this. So I really encourage the students, when you see some of these things happening, don't fear to come in and say, oh, these are for the big people. Indeed, this is for you. So I want to thank those students who have made it here. Thank you very much for coming. And then lastly, as I conclude, I don't want to be the speaker of the day. Everything that has been done here, it is important that it contributes to the visibility of the university. And what it means is we need to get all these manuscripts into the institutional repository. The university is running 2 institutional repositories. When the director talks about research excellence is measured by the number of citations. And your work cannot be cited if other people cannot read it. And people can only read your research if it is accessible. You need to learn that logic. Many of the people here, you publish and your work is not read. Your work is not read not because it is bad work, but no one can access it. And as a university, we have an opportunity that we have the institutional repository where you can deposit your work for free and other people can read it. So director, after here, I request with your team, you work with the authors. The manuscript which they submit for review, for publication, the publication law allows that can be deposited in the institutional repository, such that your work can be accessible. With that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, but also I congratulate you upon this great achievement for God and my country.
I think we'll first have the awards, DVC. We'll first have the awards. You give the awards, then you'll give the closing remarks. Yes. So that we don't over-disturb you standing up and going back. So let's have the awards, and the chair, organizing committee, will make the announcements and the presentations. We'll just request you to come forward, the team, UL, director, professor, you come forward and we give these awards.
Yeah, thank you so much. We did say from the start that we recognize their outstanding presentations, and as a form of motivation to all of us, who would wish to recognize the exceptional presentations. The awards were based on an independent evaluation, one by the chairs of the different sessions, who kept on noting which are the best presentations in the sessions that they chaired. So we came up with awards in about 5 categories. One, an award goes to the best poster presentation, an award for the best exhibition. Remember, there were exhibitions outside. So we also took a note of this. You remember our team came around, including the Vice Chancellor, to look at the exhibitions. And so there's an award for that. And then an award, an overall award for the best oral presentation. And we also have the best oral presentation in the senior category. So we noted that there are senior presenters, but we also noted that there are young investigators. So those are the categories of awards that we came up with, and these were independently evaluated by the chairs and also silent people that we had assigned to do this.
So without wasting so much time, then we will begin with the best overall presentation. The best overall presentation was made by Professor Kant Kanyarusoke, who presented on his emphasis on wealth creation through an innovative idea using silos was quite outstanding. And the emphasis that he made in that presentation made the committee think that he deserves to get the best overall presentation award. Professor Kant Kanyarusoke. Okay, a representative of Professor Kant Kanyarusoke. Yes. So Professor Kant Kanyarusoke is from Mountains of the Moon University. So Edwin will receive this on his behalf. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And then that is followed by the best oral presentation in the senior category. This presentation was given by Kiyimba Kennedy on deciphering the molecular mechanism of aloe amodine in treatment of type 2 diabetes mellitus. Kiyimba Kennedy, maybe a representative. Yeah, thank you. So Kiyimba Kennedy is he's one of the senior senior scientists at Natural Products Research and Innovation Center. Okay, we will go to the best exhibition before I go to the other categories. The best exhibition was the exhibition of a product, a herbal soap called Hericop. Hericop. The exhibitors of Hericop soap. Our representatives, kindly please, you need to come and receive your certificate of award. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's still there. Yeah. Hericop soap is a herbal soap. I think that has been innovated by Natural Products Research and Innovation Center. It's a soap that that cleanses the skin of fungal and bacterial infections, and it's a soap that is being sought after by so many people. So when you leave this place, do not go without a Hericop. Thank you. And then these other two are special kind of awards. I will present them, and then after that we will request Dr. Edwin Kamala to make a brief remark. So these presentations come with a CAS award, and this CAS award is courtesy of the project under Dr. Edwin Kamala, recognizing the outstanding contribution towards sustainability. And we thought we would give this to young investigators who are enthusiastic about sustainability. And the project that Edwin does is actually, I think it is related to, he will talk more about it, but it has an aspect of environmental sustainability and trying to address, trying to look at technologies that do not harm the environment, technologies that promote sustainable use of our environment. So he is going to talk just slightly, maybe some 2 or 3 minutes about it. And so so this award goes to the best poster presentation, who also happened to get this CAS award of 200,000 shillings. So this award goes to Kizito Najib Mayanza. Kizito. And if you remember, Kizito's work was addressing, I hope I get it here quickly, developing an efficient recurrent neural networks-based model for rainfall prediction in Uganda, a deep learning approach to climate change mitigation. And the committee thought this is a nice piece of work that, if furthered, can actually protect our environment. Thank you. Congratulations, Kizito. And possibly, Edwin, you need to hand over the CAS award. Yeah. So here's the certificate. Yeah. Also accompanying this. Okay, so. Kizito is from Soroti University. He's one of the undergraduates. Yes. So it's quite a nice project being done by the undergraduates. Okay, and then the last award. The last award is it's the best oral presentation under the Young Investigator category. This goes to Atwine Patricia Michel. Atwine Patricia Michel. So Michel is under the mentorship of Amayo Robert, and she was investigating growth and yield response of Longe 5 maize variety to trichos, a trichoderma-based biofertilizer. And the committee thought, based on the new innovation of a biofertilizer, which comes to substitute inorganic fertilizers, this is a sustainable way to actually manage our environment. And so this came with a cash prize of 300,000 awarded to Atwine Patricia Michel. Atwine is, I think from the information we have, she's a final year student doing a Bachelor of Science Agriculture in Arapai campus. Who is receiving on behalf of Atwine? Okay, yeah, he is from Arapai campus. Yes. Yeah, thank you so much and congratulations. And then so we'll just give Edwin some 2-3 minutes to briefly talk about the CAS award, to bring to light. And then this, I think, is going to continue on and on as long as we have the Busitema Symposium. Yeah, Edwin?
Thanks so much, Dr. Andima and the team that you have worked with, the organizing committee, the DVC, the director of graduate school, professors present, and our dear the audience, including all that have participated in this symposium. Now, ours is quite simple. I'm not going to be here for long, just a minute to talk about our project and also the motivation behind the recognition of these two research projects. I didn't participate in the selection of these awardees, but we thought during the planning of these awards, we did mention that from our project, we shall recognize research that aligns with sustainability initiatives. Our project is codenamed Banatex East Africa, and we are funded by the UK government. It's a UK, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office that funds our project, which is aimed at transforming banana waste or banana stems into use in textiles. It's funded to a tune of slightly above £600,000 to be running for 18 months. We're implementing it with other 7 partners, 2 in Kenya, 1 in the UK, 1 in Pakistan, and then other 2 in Uganda. That is the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, the Presidential Initiative on Banana Industrial Development as well. So we are into the 3rd month of implementation, and this project is under what we call the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program of the UK government, which supports innovations and technologies that combat environmental pollution, especially in manufacturing. So we look at materials, we look at processes, and also products that minimize the incidence or footprint that is related to pollution. A project about biofertilizers. If you look at, for instance, in cotton production, that is in textiles, we use a lot of pesticides, we use a lot of fertilizers, and those are actually not bio-based, they are conventional and synthetic. So when I read about this, when they gave me the choices they did, I thought that was aligning with our values that we try to look at under this project. And when I also read about the other on climate change, that is value when you look at sustainability. So I want to congratulate once again these 2 young investigators for having won this. It's not so much, but this should motivate you that there is funding there that recognizes work that you are doing in this area, and you should strive to get these fundings. We can work together, we can look at how we can further your innovations or your aspirations, not with funding from me, but with so much discussion. There's a lot of funding that you can attract in areas of climate change, in areas of sustainability. There's quite much funding that you can find there. I also listened, you talked about Edson's work. I don't know, maybe I haven't heard his name, but I heard you mention about his work, recycling lithium batteries. I thought that, and I want to encourage him also in that area. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop here and thank everyone who has participated in this symposium and also contributed to the success of this symposium. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Edwin. And then to all the participants, you will receive an e-certificate. I think when you input your name, it should automatically print your name, and then you can be able to print this e-certificate. It's a certificate of participation. It's already signed, and once you input your name in a link that you will receive shortly, you should be able to get this certificate in your mail. And we also, we are conscious about printing too much because we are advocating for sustainability. That's why we have not been able to print all the certificates. Thank you so much. And so, I think now I take the opportunity to invite the Vice Chancellor to address you. Thank you.
the university librarian, the director graduate studies, director ICT, our esteemed professors and the scholars who are here, our invited participants from other universities. Yesterday we listed a number of them, I think up to about 8. I think others look to have left because of distances. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for coming and presenting your work, for exhibiting your innovations, for sharing knowledge with us and with the other participants that turned up today, not only today, but for the last 3 days. And of course, our theme was resilience. You being here alone for 3 days is a sign of resilience, is a sign of sustainability. We are able to sustain this conference because you are resilient, because you sustained yourselves here, and you are able to give us, we are able to exchange knowledge, we are able to exchange researches, we are able to exchange contacts in the 3 days. And we are going to encourage you to continue even after this conference. We have been having the online conferences, but we thought it is important that as human, we should look at each other. And I think this one has brought in a different blend. How many of you did not know me that have known me today? By show of hands, you are my social capital. You heard the professor talking about social capital. I didn't come with enough cards. I think I would give all of you so that I become your social capital also. Okay? So take as many contacts from here as possible. If you go back the way you came, really, I think the investment you put in is not worth it. So generate as much contacts as possible from all of us, including myself, including the Vice Chancellor, including the team of members here from other universities, including our students and other students from other universities. That's what we call social capital. And the professor here mentioned that capital is not the money. Capital is human beings and other things that come with it. Capital is knowledge, capital is experience, capital is environment, and many other things. So I'm glad the organizers of this conference have been able to bring us here. They worked very hard behind the scene. Once in a while I would peep in and hear what they are organizing and talking. But I'm happy they were able to sustain it until today. So we congratulate you, Dr. Andima and your team, the Director of Graduate Studies. We give them a round of applause. We also congratulate all of us. I think let's clap for ourselves who have been able to attend. Thank you very much for coming. Our sponsors, we have been listing Stanbic, Centenary, and other sponsors. I don't know why you didn't list Dr. Edwin Kamala. He's among the sponsors. Thank you very much, Edwin Kamala, for sponsoring us in awards, for spicing, for motivating our young innovators. And our young innovators, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think the few students of Busitema who are here who did not apply, you have now seen, next time you apply, you might pull yourself an award. or even a certificate. When you are going to apply for the job, you want also the volume of your document to increase. So these certificates can add value that you are a prominent speaker in a national conference. Okay? So let's be motivated to apply for these kind of conferences, be it small or big. And next time, I'm expecting as many Busitema students to participate as possible, not necessarily only from Busitema University, but also when other institutions organize the conferences. From the presentations which we had today, we found out that there was the information that came out that this country can be run if we continue innovating, if we continue coming up with a solution that can solve our society challenges, and if we collaborate and partner between or across sectors. And that was evident in very many presentations that were given to us from all the institutions that came by. Yesterday we had a dinner for some people who turned up. I think others did not turn up, but it was a very enjoyable one. So for those who also attended our dinner, we thank you very much. I can see some few who were enjoying, they are smiling. So next time we shall make it even bigger. Make it even bigger with a lot of other activities, so that we are not only confined in the room, but we involve other activities which can create more social networks. I think yesterday those who were together talked so much and exchanged, and then they saw that this is not only science and laboratory experiments. Sometimes when people come and speak a lot of terminologies, you even wonder how to start talking to them. But those teamwork, team building activities are equally important. So next time we shall engage as many activities as possible, scientific, social, environmental, to ensure that we are all around. I would not want to, I'm standing between you, your lunch and your journeys, so I would not want to take it to waste a lot of time. But we have many other upcoming activities, other conferences which are in line. In December, we have about 2. We have NAPRIC Symposium, which is slated for December. NAPRIC is more of natural products, okay? So if you are involved in natural products, fertilizers, clothes, or medicine, and so many things, even commercialization and family business, like what Professor did, you could see that Professor, his talk was a summary of everything we did yesterday. So you are all welcome. We are also, thank you, we are also celebrating the World Soils Day. And the national celebration is being hosted by Busitema University at Arapai campus. That will take place on 5th of December also. So prepare to join us. And you celebrate. There will be a lot of exhibition about soil. For you, you think soil about stepping on it and walking, but there's so much. And crops possibly we eat, but there's so much exhibitions, and we are going to celebrate at the national level. We are also having a conference, UV technologies in water treatment. UV, you know UV? Ultraviolet technologies in water treatment. This will be taking place on 23rd, between 23rd and 24th of January. These are so far the ones which are in a row, but there are so many other conferences which are in line. So you are equally welcome. This is a workshop on UV So you come and learn about this technology. This will not only be about presentation, but there will also be trainings, and we shall have experts from within and from abroad who have booked to come and showcase in this conference. So we are also going to publish, as they mentioned, so when you go home, continue working. In less than possible a month, kindly send back your paper. Send back your paper to the address. I think the team here should be able to write to you and give the address. We shall publish all your publications in a very credible journal. And of course, I didn't recognize that people were mentioning that we are number 5. Number 5 or number 4 because we have researchers and collaborators. And collaborators is all of you from other universities, because you'll find our papers have names from Mountain of the Moon, from Soroti and all that. But also I want to recognize Director ICT, Director Graduate Studies, and University Librarian. These 3 units or 3 individuals have worked tirelessly to ensure that everything we do is published or is publicized or it is disseminated in that case. And therefore you can go to our institutional repository and you find all what Busitema do. And we are also, I think next year, UL, I don't know whether you will pledge in this meeting, we want to ensure that we publish in a Busitema based journal. So we are working on a journal housed in the Busitema here, and we of course, impact factor grow with time, so you don't expect to start a journal today and have an impact factor immediately, even before the publications start. But we are going to start it at extremely very high level. And we already, the Director of Graduate Studies is already sourcing reviewers and editors to ensure that we have that one come. So next time when we come here, we might have to even when you come 1,000, we shall have all your fields covered with our journal, and even the journals which our partners, like the one which we have today, where your work will be published. We also intend to ensure that we bring as many sponsors as possible. So I hope next time we shall have more sponsors and more exhibitors. Possibly the prizes might even increase than the 2 which we have received today. So this is just the beginning. So next time we inform your students, inform your collaborators to ensure that, to make it here. And we have 5 campuses. I think the Director of Graduate Studies mentioned that we might be in another campus, but this one we shall put it, we shall ask the heads of those campuses to choose or to compete, because this is a very prestigious thing to do. So we shall put, if the competition fails, we shall put papers, then somebody choose, maybe. Anyway, we shall get a formula how to do it. Or possibly it may remain the same, but we shall communicate to you. So on behalf of university management, headed by the Vice Chancellor, I once again thank you and thank your various institutions who have sponsored you, who have allowed you to come here out of your duty stations. Please send them our regards and our sincere appreciation for being here for the 3 days. I think some of you even more than 3 days, including the journeys that you are making. Thank you very much. Allow me stop here for God and my country.
Thank you, DVC, for those remarks. We have come to the end, but 2 more items remaining. the group photo, which will be in front of this building, and after that, we shall have yes. That's why sitting near professors are very important. They keep reminding us.
Okay, I didn't follow instructions. My apologies. And the professor is challenging me that I didn't say this conference is officially closed. So thank you very much.
Thank you for officially closing the conference. I thought maybe that would come after lunch, but that's good. Yeah, so we'll have a group photo in front of this building, and after that, we'll walk to where we've been having our meals from, and then you'll be free to stay at Busitema for as long as you can, visit the different places in Busitema, and interact and network. But as far as the symposium is concerned, it has been officially closed. So, but before we go, I think it's good to bless the meal, and let me look for the most religious person around. Mr. Governor, Dr.